It's the you. Kev Gills, I got you on me. Yeah, man. Welcome to the U, have a seat. The only professor applying pressure when he teach. Big cloud in these YouTube streets. I cheat like Wiz Khalif. Call it in if you gon' speak. Press 1 when you checking in. I got the merch, copper coffee, a kush shirt. Support the brand if you support the man. With the spirit of Steve Coakley, they can't hold me. Back them down and fade away on them like I'm COVID. Only straight shooter on this computer. Who else you know gon' bring it to your real truther? Hallelujah. More haters, more moderators. Get yourself timed out for making outlandish statements. Yeah, ain't no playing. Bungalow 54 is where you go with the herd. I got no patience. Either for God or you love Satan. It's reclassification over entertainment. It's the you. Everybody wanna have a school, but it's for you. Care less what a hater say you do. It's for you. Press 1 if you support, if you don't press 2. It's for you.
Look, ain't nothing over here but the living truth. Shout out to Benjamin. Never leave the chat room. Never leave the chat room. Never lose that connection. Make sure you on my Instagram. My new one. KevRow University Instagram. That way you can stay connected. Yeah, that way you can stay connected. All right. Cut the music. Okay, we up early. I didn't want to be too loud, too obnoxious. It's still early for everybody in the world. Great conversation, of course, we've been having all week. I've been telling people to do their homework, study, don't get caught up in the bullshit. And what I mean by bullshit, I'm just mean like YouTube, nothing. You know, don't get too caught up in it because I don't exist there. You know, I'm always working. I'm always up trying to do something. I go to bed early just to wake up early and get back to work. Sometimes I feel like going live. Sometimes I feel like putting it off for another day. Sometimes I feel it can take a little more effort from myself, a little more study time from people out there in the world who send me all types of information. But this one, no matter how much information that they send me, anybody for that matter, it all originates. Good morning to the mods. Good morning, Karen. So, Shalise, shout out to you, Pop Dudes. Good to see you. Good to see you, Bocat. Good to see you. And so yeah, it's always gonna come back to the genocide, to the paper genocide, and the law of the republic. So anything outside of that is make believe. Anything outside of that, when it comes to governance in the republic, or what y'all call in a democracy, anything outside of the law is against the law. That's simple. That just don't apply to regular people. That applies to corporations and things of that nature as well. But it all goes back to the law. If you're not in the law, you're out of the law. You're outlaw, and you believe in vain things. I didn't just start, but I realized that you either in reality or you in Wonderland. I can't wake up every day like this and alter my state of consciousness to go off into Wonderland once again. So I always got to touch up on what's important. Science is important in this class because it is the allegorical religious structure of the world. So science is important for you to come out of your daydream. All of these things we've been talking about. The living is in the law, outlaw, dead. Don't matter. The world, death, temptation, this one and that one. This life we live now is out the law. We in the jurisdiction of the dead. Necromancy. Very, very easy to comprehend. If you've been in my class, I don't have to overreach. A lot of people getting caught up in the allegorical, the spiritual, allegorical nothingness over what's important. I don't want people thinking about Kali Ma as a floor. This is all allegorical myth, but it's also a system of governance at the same time. So if you're caught up in, oh, oh my goodness, oh, this is death and Kali Ma and this one and that one, and you're caught up in it, you are like having a hologram mind fuck or something. Is if you're not in the law, you're just an outlaw. If you want to stay there, like old girl said, man, you don't know you was on the Titanic and you came back. That's reincarnation. Nope. You know, I don't believe in that stuff. I see it. I know about it. I don't believe it though. No, you ain't no, no, no. And I see that now. Like just say no to drugs. No, damn it. I know about it. I heard of it. I know where you're going with your facts, but I don't believe that. Even though it's a part of my factual breakdown, I still don't believe it. Great breakdown. According to the rules of science, you could be right. But again, science is just never mind. Never mind. That's why I try to stay with my feet on the ground. It's fun. It's fun. We can talk about astral projection and the different allegorical timelines and how they did this. But if you don't understand, this is about the law. You missing a whole point. We're not going off into further belief systems and more wondering and more. This goes all the way back. Where my screen share? This goes all the way back to my favorite librarian. It always comes back here, back to where we started. Press one, Legacy and Bandit, my favorite librarian. You have to understand how this happened. So you got to listen to him. Always going to go back to the librarian. She gave you the best breakdown you can have when it comes to the genocide and the paper genocide of the heirs of the crown. You just don't know it's you because you believe in all this other stuff. Neptune, Saturn, all this other stuff. Now, the only truth is I'm not on no Hinduist, Chiro, Chinese type Buddhist. What I'm saying is the only truth is the truth of God. That's it. The ways of the republic. That's it. The restoration, the reclassification. That's it. We can have all of these beautiful conversations, right, Benjamin? But if you don't know God's law or the law of the world, the laws of the world, which you did a great job, my friend, breaking down the legislative branches of government and how it relates to three different gods and how they all communicate on this manner. All these gods are the same. All the systems of governance is going to be the same. So whether you think it Hindu and the Brahma bull, just a way of life, just a different system of governance. That's all it is. The three branches. That's it. And branches are made from a tree. Okay, branches come from a tree. Remember that. In Roman civil government, which you are under, judiciary, executive, and legislation. These are your gods outside of the republic. You get what I'm saying? Everybody not gonna understand it. That's why it was so important. These are to put rules in place for the people to protect them against the corporation and its civil laws of governance, where they worship or obey the gods of Greek and myths. It was a reason behind the crowning of a king and all of this other stuff that people took for granted. And look where we are now, So I always want to go back to the video that got us in this situation, that helped us understand how the 13th and 14th Amendments. And this is from the perspective of a daughter of the Confederacy. He's three, fourth generation immigrant. Breaking down how the crown was stolen. So when I was saying in my past shows, you need to learn how to speak, that was just about if you can comprehend the laws over the outlaws and the corporational laws and the gods of governance or the laws of governance, which what you call your federal system, but it's really just Roman civil governance. That's all it is. So if you can't speak to your invisible God, if you can't speak, you're in bad shape. You will remain black and under Roman judiciary governance. You're just dead. You can't fake your way. And it's the man that has to activate the power of the real God with the knowledge of God. So if they have no understanding of God and what he gave his only begotten son for, a sacrifice for you to come out of this dead, this for sure death, your only way out, that's on you. I wake up early every day for this. I woke up early just to be done. This is the best time to be alive if you can comprehend, if you can speak, if you can defend the republic or the laws of God with power rather than just lollygagging and complaining all the time, wishful thinking. God already sent his son. That already happened. So where you are mentally, I don't know. People just got to wake up, and I hope people can grasp the difference between uh, the corporation and the laws governing the corporation and the workers of the corporation. The different jurisdictions of law, the admiralty laws, and the laws of maritime. This is as above, so below. This is what y'all say your ancestors is in the universe, folks. So it's a beautiful time for those who can comprehend, who want to comprehend, who's trying to comprehend. I see you, champions. And that's the importance of it. I can't stress that enough because I'm having a blast. I'm started a new YouTube page, getting my photography back. I'm having a whole production being set, and it's up to you if you want to wake up from this dead state of being. You say you're Adam. You say you believe in Christ and all of this. Well, you're gonna have to stand up and fight. You and what I mean by fight is comprehend. Your comprehension level is all. You don't need a weapon to prove these things in law. You don't need some some superhero or some Maybe you want Jay-Z to do it for you, because I know if Jay-Z or Tupac or Millie Vanilli or anybody who has status in the world, set Beyonce, came out and start saying this, you'll be sitting right there in the front row buying $1,000 ticket. Facts. Facts. And I understand why people need people in the wonderland, in the midst of the nonsense. Because once you home in on this truth right here, the genocide of the African Americans and the lost legacy, the stolen legacy, then you'll be able to make change. Then you'll be able to understand the political spectrum, because this politics is really allegorical, mathematical science nonsense. And if you understand all of those things, then you got it. So we're going into the teaching of the librarian and the Magna Carta and exactly what she meant by stolen legacy, and what it means to what it meant for them to steal the republic from the founding fathers and those who were to inherit the beneficial package that came with their sacrifice. So I can never just boom, 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 boom. I teach about the black genocide. I know about all these other things the world is caught up in, the different sciences and the quantum mechanics and this one and that one and the allegorical religious concepts. That's good. But this right here is the meat and potatoes, and why that right there is why your mind is in a bondage. This is freedom. I told you to fight this war. The only thing you was gonna need was what? For his glory. What? Scripture was one of them. I continue on though. Shout out to y'all people who take part in KevRow University, the chat room. Shout out to you, one Mike. I see you, champ. Benjamin, Amanda, Force Glory, Karen Divine. You know, shout out to y'all. But I have to, bro, why your hat so small but your brain so big? My head ain't small, man. My head ain't small. I just don't wear it like a New York nigga. You know what I'm saying? I could hold up. I could wear it like a East Coast nigga, right? I'm just a dweeb. I could just be like on some, you know, I could do it like that. You know, but I be trying to change up my look. You know, but I'm glad that you said why your brain's so big. At least you give the professor his just due. Y'all didn't have to block him though. He all right. He all right. Some people just gotta say some clown shit. You know, Black's Law Dictionary, sir. Yes, ma'am. Black's Law Dictionary, 1828, and Scripture. And look how far we came. And look, and if you really special, Aaron's Rod by George Gillespie. And people, it's on Amazon. I told people this is all you need. You be able to break it. They thought I was playing. I'm not playing. I wake up like this, but I'm activated. And my business mind is on, my spiritual mind is on. And I hope people understand the value of being able to speak. So, yeah. Now that I know a lot of these dudes was from different, they still here too. They be watching still trying to call in, trying to take the class to an allegorical mindset, not studying the law. Mind is not there. So quick to jump on the allegorical principles of understanding, but when it comes to understanding and the verbiage, to see Kev gonna switch. Kev can play well right there. Boo 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 boo. Oh yeah, yeah, that's it. That's true too, right there. But as soon as you get back on the law, Yeah, Karen said you also wanted us to have the Magna Charta in our library. Yeah, this is for you to go further and further and further so your mind can adapt to just words and comprehension of words and how to understand them. Man, understanding words will change the whole perception of what you thought they were saying in the founding fathers. And the only way you can understand what's being said is you got to have a supreme mind and a knowledge of God. The first people who got our people to vote in this nation had the power of God to enact and cause justice to allow black people to even vote within a white supremacist system. That's the virus, the coronavirus. That's the virus. Fuck everything up. When you, that's why they take God and an understanding of God out of school or out of any damn thing, out of propaganda, out of everything. Because the more and more you get an understanding, you begin to speak. You don't just walk around and say, I think we all have Christ energy. No, that's fake. That's demonic. No, that's nothing. When you use the law the way God intended you to use it and understand, it will protect you from all this worldly corruption. You couldn't possibly think you were slaves and kings and queens and then African slaves and then Indians and then blacks and then African. Y'all retarded. You jumping around they timeline trying to find a home some damn where. What up, Todd? Man, you jumping around timelines and shit, trying to find a place to fit your little mentality in. You know, instead of just becoming and standing 10 toes down on who you are. You ain't worried about my hat. I'm worried about what you're learning and your comprehension. See the difference in the living and dead? He worried about the hat. You feel me? It ain't gonna make no difference in the bins. You know what I'm saying, little dude? It ain't gonna make no difference whether that motherfucker this way, is it this way, or that way. When some rims get to moving around in your world, that's your world. Hit that like button. You worried about the wrong things. You just sit right there in the bungalow. Hurt. Time for Kev to get back to teaching. Get back to it. Black's Law Dictionary, Dad. Black's Law Dictionary. Did they get the books? No. Did they open up a new tab? No. They still on the etymological breakdown, the gematria of the situation. They not understanding simple and plain English. They can't even understand it. That's why I was wondering how these niggas know Hebrew. Say something. Let me hear it. Ask me something in Hebrew. Since you want to go to the blue letter. Say something in African. This language you talking about. Speak to me how do you say, hello, how was your day in Egyptian hieroglyph? Start asking simple shit. Destroy their whole mental because they think they overthought themselves. Too smart for their own good. They should spend an eternity just pondering things that don't matter and make sense. That was a scientific bar when I said don't matter. It never come into manifestation. Oh God, spiritual and scientific bars do. They never manifest itself. Just a bunch of wishful thinking. A bunch of celebrities with the fans blowing to make their hair weaves look better and their makeup and to just allure your ass into another slave position. Look at all your women. All of them. About to vote for Kamala. We want abortion. We want to kill baby. We want to be retarded. We want to be the most murderous. Ooh, Margaret Sanger raised y'all correctly. Press 1. Margaret Sanger raised our people correctly. Our relationships is retarded. Press 1 in the Democratic dead community. You know our relationship. That's why I'm going over there to talk about it. Our 50-50 and y'all won. Who the fuck is 50-50 and you from the rib of yo? That's how you know you ain't nothing but a bunch of hoes and a bunch of male thoughts. Press 1. And when y'all finish having this hellish sexual little thing y'all got going on, you feel me? That ain't ever going to amount to nothing. Never going to amount. You just going to wake up and go home, put your makeup back on. Press 1. Y'all not even thinking on the terms of they talking about my better half. That's what this other shit, 50-50. They been coaching y'all.
Not like this. Not like this.
Oh, this my better half. Now that's witchery, nigga. Whole generation. Oh, bestie. This is my better half. Gotcha, bitch. Got his ass. Never stop working, do they? Poor Eve. She just got his ass. And that's why the man's so scared now. Got him. Them niggas all repeat. No, my better half. Ain't not one twin flame of these motherfuckers ever said, this is the better me. Yeah, this motherfucker right here, this is the better me. They ain't said that. Press 1. They ain't giving you that, nigga. Better shit. I'm watching this shit. This Democratic shit is hilarious to me. I need a place to vent. Oh, my goodness. That's why I study the law. This shit is just, I'll be laughing all day, y'all. I'll just be laughing and giggling and shit in front of me, thinking about this shit. Got to get this stuff out of me. Hit that like button and subscribe. Oh, fuck it. I got my hat wearing all big and shit. Damn. Hate that nigga. Got me switched up my hat. Press 1, it was feeling good and warm at first. Yeah. So, yeah, the law, studying, making sure you understand the principles of the republic. If you want to know why you in a democracy and you started off as a republic, how you just going to keep going wondering? You have to stop. You just got to stop and use your mind to look back. How did you go from a republic full of great inventors and great, that's what gave him away in this Scooby-Doo mystery movie we call life. All the great inventions of helping people live civilly, upright, and how to eat with spoons and forks and use computer and add electricity. These was black people, not just any black people. These are who you call African Americans. And somehow they just became dumb on the boat from Amistad. I ain't never asked this. How the fuck did they go from prominent people 1834, 1752 and shit? The motherfuckers had chairs, ironing board. That mean they had irons, nigga. You press 1, that mean that's closed bed. That's, look, nigga. Y'all don't do this. This is what gave them away. Africans wouldn't iron their clothes. Polish people, untied. That's my white friend. He'll tell you. We all agree, bro. They was all wrinkled up. Go look at the pictures. The Polish people was wearing long skirt, but they was all wrinkled up before we did it. All the great inventions. And these little boys talking about Tataria. Tataria is underground. Nigga, I'm talking about right now. Trust, that shit is in hell. Tataria is a hell. Stop trying to make up a beautiful name. And that shit is not beautiful neither. For a place, for a dungeon in hell. Fuck that. What the fuck that mean? Press one. You look up Tatar, and here's a big ass bull again. Another bull. Oh, this nigga. The devil again. The god of the Tartarians is Tatar. Who's that? Satan. Just point me who their God is. Let me say who they is. Now I'm gonna break them down. Press one. I'm gonna break them down. Just some point me with a big homie in. Oh, that's him right there. That motherfucker got 8 arms and shit. And shit. Bad breath type shit. Press one, no fear. Get where they gods at. They don't never even seen their God. They was sitting their time and spent their whole life talking about the Bible and how we got little faith and how we believe in things. And then when I do my study in each and every one of they gods, press one, all of them is one of them out of shape. I put him on the t-shirt. One of them just laugh and smoke weed with me. Press one, the little homie. Press one, I'm the true religion. Press one, look. Got him as a patch stripe. Press one. And the other one don't even want you to look at him. He only wants you to write the letter W with a 3. Press one. He just only want him circle around. He only want nothing to do with you. Got y'all wearing sandals and long tablecloths and throwovers. Press one. You should have been created a damn Hebrew Sancho, but no. And press one. The Mexicans beat you. And they got you with the sombrero and the motherfucking rug that you can put your head through. Press one. This, bro. We created everything. So how did we fall from such a... You got to figure that out. And in your brain, you go from these glorious people who had towns all over America who somehow got burned up. All you got to do is type in the town you live in and on fire. The fire of 18, your town, nigga. Press one and it's going to come. Trust me. It's coming. Right down the pipe. It's going to tell you the truth. Oh, black people lived here. They burned them up. They had a whole Holocaust in this whole... Press one. They just burned all the black people up and hung them and string them from trees, installed mob rule disguised as federal. Press one. And brought all their friends over for humanitarian aid, wearing red crosses and silly stuff, but they was really Nazi Germans and Russians disguised, coming over, changing their identities. Yeah? A bunch of Dutch. Press one, a bunch of wobblies, a bunch of engineers. Why you think when you go to the military, you think you about to become a motherfucking missile creator, but you ain't about to be nothing but another engineer. Press one. That's it. Get your ass on that field and pick up that weapon. You take it apart, put it back together, engineer. Get out there. Become a a soldier. Sacrifice to sin. Nothing but bars, Ollie. You see that? Pow. Pow. Just get a soul dyer. Press one to give your life to the Saturn. Satan. Press one. Yeah, as a living sacrifice to Baal. Michael Jordan shoes, 23. The Bulls, nigga. Hit that like button and subscribe. I woke up this morning I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how to do something. I got to do something. I got all this stuff on my brain. So, yeah. So, after my quest of finding out all these worldly religions, I've come back to tell you, don't move. One, stay right here. It's scary out there. They believe in all type of things to keep you distracted from who created everything. See, when it all comes back to the African American, the black man, the dead man in America, the reclassified American. It all comes back to him, them, as a collective. From cars to solar power, and they trying to give it all to some beast called Elon Musk. I don't. That's why I'm not doing nothing. I'm just sitting back watching politics, watching Brick Baby. I'm watching Vlad, nigga. I'm watching Puffy. I'm watching this shit like, whoa. Chris Brown, nigga. Trey Songz. I'm just watching it because now I know the gods that y'all believe in operate and come through these celebrities. I know women having a hard time right now. They having a hard time. All of their favorite gods are being exposed. All their daily deeds coming to human trafficking, and they doing bad things, and everybody trying to protect each other at the same time, protect themselves is hard. The strain on it. You see Lil Durk? Mm. That's why I'm over here studying the law. That's why I do this. Because I knew it was gonna turn in. I knew it was gonna turn into this madness. I knew it. And why participate in it? I can watch it just like everybody else. What I really watch is this. What I really study is how we became slaves, and why nobody mentions the black genocide. And ever since we start bringing this up, it's been all bad. Going back watching my videos, it's been nothing but 6 months, 8 months. These videos right here go back a whole year, 2 years. And we went off and studied all of these great scientists and E equals MC squared and autonomy and atom, what's that, alchemy and all of this other stuff. And come to find out, that's all of that, Tony Brown, Benjamin, Ollie Ware, Bo Cat, Pop Deuce, Karen, all of what we've been studying, how demonic it feels like, whoa, how can we even bear all that? Well, you have been. I just opened you up to see what it is, how it's been working. The total effects of the pipeline from school to prison. How many niggas is up under jail in hell? Once a glorious people, all of them in prison. And they say it's because the niggas died, that's why they're the minority. Because they all underground in prison. Exactly where Lil Durk and them going. To prison. To prison. And it's glorified. The prison system's got YouTubers now. DJ Academics, King AK. They got these. They don't need the rappers no more. They got you. They need this. Crime and death and genocide of yourselves is their last push the button, is what we said. Push the black button and watch them. Push the black button and look at what we got here. Whole propaganda full of death, destruction. And then when they kill each other, say, oh, the street is dead. Oh my goodness. How could they be so stupid? Because they all propped them up. Just like Charleston White and the rest of y'all these people, the internet propped these people up. And boom. And it's funny. It's fun. You know? It's fun. I had to see this shit for reality, bro. It's fun. This shit, Black Death is fun. They don't care. You not having a stable mind and being sober minded and out here conducting yourself as a righteous person in this world, just to the contrary, the whole full blast propaganda, full blitz, and now all the women saying the same thing. I don't need no man, and if I do, he got to go 50-50. Well, why go 50-50 if all these simple ass little arguments that don't mean nothing, full of females with wigs and full of makeup on, this ain't even reality no more. They prancing this basketball woman around that look like a damn Disney Pixar character from the basketball woman. Like, y'all just fine. All of them is weird looking without no makeup on. With makeup on. They got weird shaped backs. They got elongated bodies. They trying to show off their big ass feet. Nobody want to see all this. 7-foot ass Amazon, and we don't even know. We know the other one that got caught in Russia is really a dude. Came over back and disrespected the president. So they just got a bunch of dudes to me playing basketball, and they got the girls boxing, and then they got the niggas. It's always been like this. Press one. Y'all just laughing. I'm not playing. You don't know if these. Look, the whole propaganda of what you see on television, I'm sorry to tell you, but it's transhumanism. Hold on, with a camera. It's transhumanism. The whole thing. And you don't feel right. Where my chat at? Yeah, you don't feel right for it. And then you up here today. Oh, why are they doing this? Why you doing it? Why you talking about this is Puffy and Meek Mill having a sex party? Press one. Why you want to keep listening to that? Talking about, listen, this was them. I don't want to hear that shit. Press one. Y'all males don't went off the deep end. They got you to hate the women that made the babies, and that'll validate them for getting rid of the babies. Then they tried to say, if y'all can get rid of them, why we got to take care of them? The whole thing has been divide. Kevin Samuels all over the fucking place. Press one. And all of them kiss on each other afterward. Press one. And they be mad at y'all. They mad at the women to hide their sin. And the women is hiding their witchery. We need to stop. The black man on YouTube is more concerned with these stupid, petty arguments. This is why coffee and kush for the pot. With these stupid, petty arguments about what a woman has to do and why 50-50 ain't good. But the perspective is coming back from niggas with no mustaches, with booty faces, and like childlike mentality. So even if she was to submit, she ain't going for too long because you need the word of God to instruct her, weak ass nigga. That's what I'm saying. The word of God work all over the place. Press one, you need the word to instruct her. God gave it to you, and because you don't know nothing but science, she know all your shit. Your shit don't work to her. Press one, ladies. Y'all science don't mean shit because you ain't got nothing on it. See, but a godly man to show her, look, this is impressive. See, everybody fell off. Everybody trying to get back halfway. Pookie and Ray Ray can't afford at 50-50 up on the internet trolling, talking shit. Press one. Pookie and Ray Ray barely about to buy a $2,500 car so he can get back to his forklift job. Just trying to make Pookie and Ray Ray got a motherfucking thing. And neither do these broads and everybody's cap, bro. Pookie and Ray Ray ain't got shit. I had to find out the hard way. You don't want no bad bitch. Them bitches can't even buy burgers. Press one. You dump them. Get rid of them. If they calling themselves a baddie or a bad one, and this one, get rid of them. Godly man can't do nothing with these bad ones. And press one, you need a good one. Fellas. You got to be on this game. Check this game, though. Like Nina Boy be saying, check this game. You need to instruct this law book. Nigga, do you know what your... Nigga, when you nigga, Taquisha ain't never heard, nigga, law broken down, nigga, over no dinner, nigga, we eating dinner, breaking down scientific theories. Pookie? Nope. You talking about them niggas. You got to be talking about some reality. Even Malcolm X said that. Find something to talk about, damn it. Pretend you doing something. Eventually your brain will catch up. You got some niggas don't want to think about nothing, don't want to do nothing at all. And by the time the day gets started, the day is gone. William B. Jones, thank you for that contribution. Cedric and Jason Harris for that Oh, Jim, shout out to you this morning for contributing to my broadcast. I ain't been on in a couple days. A godly man gonna show her the error of her ways and help her turn back to the law. Yeah, and if she don't turn, if she want to walk out the door, and you, and you, let him go. I think you better let him go. Like another love, TKO. It's a bunch of music to help you thrive. I think you better let him go. Man, you know, I'm watching all this like, damn, I ain't got to put up with none of this shit. Hell no. Angry man still complaining. Ooh, I can't wait till Democratic TV gets started today. Angry man still, all these women. The women up there, all these niggas ain't shit. All of them. Who cares? The last 10 niggas you've been fucking on ain't shit. That's all it says. You got poor taste, and it only comes out when you wear makeup. A lot of women can't even get anybody to fuck them if they don't put them eyelashes in and look like a prostitute. Most niggas is looking for prostitutes. So that's why you getting fucked and dumped. You ain't figured it out yet? Because you look like a prostitute. You carry yourself like a prostitute. That's why. Your thinking, the way you date, the way you see men. And you, Buster, you a trick. You think like a John. You're just complaining about your girl you don't got just to fuck one of these broads for 15, 20 minutes to go back to your nothing ass life. Both of y'all, all y'all need to get married. Press one and put y'all on the island. Y'all can fuck and suck whatever all until the island grow a volcano. Just one and put your ass in. Yeah. Facts. Why you worried about my hat, Negro? All day. How beautiful I am. All day. Nigga, did you see what happened yesterday? Bunch of nothing. All day in the Democratic community. All day. Look at me waste time. All day. Do nothing. Because everybody dead. Like some zombies walking around. Just walking around. Repeating everything they don't heard this week on YouTube. Girl, did you know? Press one. Nigga, did you hear? I'm cool. See, I had to learn to stop talking to the dead. First, you got to identify the dead. Motherfucker incapable of comprehending and responding on elevated levels. You got to let them be. You can't hold a conversation. If a nigga talk about nonsense down here, you with me, you love me. Come on, let's walk to the store and get a beer. But the minute the conversation elevates, the seriousness of the life elevates. The progress being done elevates. You no longer around. You no longer, you feel some type of way. Hit the like button and subscribe. Now you feel some type of way. That's why I can't whip everybody. Everybody got their own life and their own belief system. It's hard for me to even grasp what the fuck people be doing and thinking and that's why I do this. Legacy of Bandit. So take everything we learn in my class, from science to all that, and make this a keynote. Just know all of that is how they pulled you away from the republic. In the days of the kings and queen and republic of a couple hundred years ago, 200 years ago, um, they would have seen this as witchery. This would have been against the law, and they would have been burned. Beyonce wouldn't be here. Mm-mm. Because that's not just entertainment, that's government. So if you want to escape death and get out of this dead state of mind, understanding how you're in the belly of the beast and how the systems of governance work and how these gods apply to these system of government, why you even believe in these different gods and hate the living God and the true word. Why? The word is prophecy, history, all that. This over here is time immemorial and spiritual Kabbalah. But when you believe it, once you go into the belief, you are under the civil ordinance. So you're deciding to serve the devil, the beast of the sea. That's why it ain't that many people in scripture that's going to be able to make it out. It doesn't say millions of people. It said the whole world will be deceived. You got to endure all that and stay mentally composed, stay fortified, stay focused, stay studying in the word to keep your mind and to protect you from outside interference. You know what I'm saying? Because once you go into allegory, it's so many different things that's out here, these different gods and these different beliefs. And you come to find out it's all just one. In different nations. So it was all to overthrow the sovereigns, the republic, the people of George, Centralia, Coffee and Kush TV, and let's start the broadcast.
If you logically
means a testamentary instrument. I was part of the people that brought that lecture forward, and well, I gave Bunny the information, and because we thought it was interesting to look at it in the language at the time the Constitution was written. My personal study was, what is the Constitution in its noun form? Not what does it do, what is the thing? Of course, we've read Lysander Spooner and all the libertarian stuff that's come forward on it being a contract. But after talking to Bunny, I looked up in Amjur and I found, I think it's under Wills, section 12, if memory serves, that the sovereign has no testamentary power at common law. So that means that the Constitution could not be a will, according to the law at the time. And Bunny called me back, about 2 days later, and she said, Stan, guess what? Property can only devolve to a body politic by trust.
Property can only devolve to a what? A body of politics by way of what? Trust. Trust. What they were trying to do and what they did, remember, at this time, as an African American, remember at this time, your property was being stolen. Your name was being taken. Your homes was being ransacked. You were being driven away, put on trains. They were looking for a way to transfer all property by way of what? Trust. How they were doing that, make sure y'all write this down, is very important.
So what we've pretty much discovered, and I agree with the woman's, with her Research that the Constitution is a trust instrument, and in order for us to understand the peaceful philosophy behind what we're attempting to do in calling government to task,
There it is.
we have to understand that they are trustees. They are very much trustees, and as soon as we understand that, I think that the people in general are going to have a better understanding of where folks like us are coming from. Bunny, if you would, please.
Good morning. My name is Speakman, and I am an heir of liberty. And we're going to find out exactly what that means very shortly. I'm going to prove to you that the Founding Fathers were very lawful men. These gentlemen would not have gone against the law, and they would not have created a document that would have gotten them into trouble. Now, if you logically think about it, what if they had lost the Revolutionary War? They would have been hung for treason, conspiracy, whatever. Okay, so they did create a document that would be legal.
They would have been because they betrayed the king. And it was done by a banking establishment. I broke that down with J.P. Morgan and them. I proved that. Correct? Press 1 if you understand that. If you watch the Carnegie and J.P. Morgan break down the theft of the gold and silver of America, the Freedmen banks ransacked, do you remember that? Okay, these are your perpetrators. That's why Grover Cleveland gave J.P. Morgan all of it. Whew. Pay attention. Make sure you support this broadcast.
Legal, lawful, and valid under the king's own law. The colonies.
So it had to be fraud. It had to be done in a way that they couldn't be detected under the king's own law. The revolution was not how you see it in those pictures. Okay. The revolution was done by a banking establishment and prisoners. Okay.
Had laws when they got here. They brought it with them. They were established at the time of the Revolutionary War and prior to it. And they followed those laws. So when they created the Constitution of the United States, they created it under the common laws that they had brought with them.
The Constitution is not a law. It's not for you. It's for them. It's for the protection of you. So that corporations and their religious structures cannot impose maritime, Canaan law, foreign laws on sovereigns, on the sovereign, nor its people.
Now, I'm going to also prove to you that this Constitution that we have here is a trust instrument, and it creates an estate. Because
so the Constitution is illegal. It was because it creates an estate. I'm going to show you how they did this. What type of estate? Where my students at? So you're going to have various types of estates. So what type of estate? This is how all Americans got here. This is how you became dead. By way of the Constitution and liberty for all. Let's keep going.
All is under estate law. Now, I'm also going to prove to you that the trustees, as far as the heirs, are in breach of trust. And I will show you where you are not an heir, but something else. Now, I'm going to create pictures for you. If you ever put a 2,000-piece puzzle together, there's a little piece here and a little piece there. And we're going to take all these pieces and we're going to bring them in, and I'm going to try to make a picture for you in your mind so that you can actually see it not only in front of you, but inside of you and around you, that you can totally comprehend what we are at effect of today. Now, for example, there's a lack of communication we have with the government. And we have it with each other also. I think of one word and you think of totally something else. You're translating my word in your mind, like the word alienate.
Right. So if you only know alien as a alien with big eyes and a little mouth, a green person, and then you have religious structures compiled to say your ass was a cosmo alien, you can be mind controlled into thinking outside of the law. Do you get what I'm saying? You can be compromised. You think an alien with a big butt, big head. Then you got Jacob, the alien from Planet Risk, controlling your brain. Shit like that. There's still people running away, running around right now with nothing but CGI. Nothing. Because an alien in real life, in law, is a foreigner. Now, second and third generation Americans couldn't possibly accept this. This will make them migrants and children of migrants. So everybody has to play a role. So a foreigner, and nobody wants to be seen as an alien. Why? Because in America, by law, an alien can't own anything. So instead of an alien, they made themselves Indian. But you get what I'm saying. You're aliens. And our lands cannot be alienated or taken over by foreigners. See, what you got seeing all over the world, all over America, and all these older blacks talking about they holding the congressmen accountable. You can't. You did this with them.
Now, how many of you perceive the word alienate or alienation to be a rejection of a sort? Okay. This is going to be the first word we look up in the dictionary. And for those of you who have brought your dictionary, please open it up to alienate.
Which one is that, right?
Any dictionary you have. I happen to have the dictionary, the American Dictionary of the English Language by Noah Webster, 1828. I think it's the finest dictionary I have come across, including Black's and Bouvier's. And I use it because in order to know what the Founding Fathers had in mind, what their intent was, you have to understand how they used the words at the time they created something.
That's right. So at the time of it, at the inception, at the root of the problem, you must understand the language and how it's being used at this time. Not your way of thinking of a 3D alien with your conspiracy theory buddies. That's fun for Joe Rogan. Okay. But Joe Rogan himself is an alien. There's a lot of you people out there that's alien. Press one. There's a lot of black aliens. Greens and grays and yellows. Aliens who have alienated the lands of God. We're going to get a complete understanding.
Okay, I will read it. Alienate. To transfer title, property, or right to another.
It can't happen. Not even in a minor estate. Can't happen. This is what makes everybody illegal. Who's not a freeman. Who all came in. This is the most important information, Ali. This is why it's the best time to be alive. Not because I'm going to break down with Satan. No, that's cool. But sin, this, what we turned away from, this the meat and potatoes.
As to alienate lands
Can't happen.
or sovereignty.
Our sovereignty. You can't be made white or made alive through the death of others. Necromancy or no other way. It's illegal.
transfer title. Okay?
That's what they was doing in the dolls. That's what they were doing. Transferring titles. What do you think a $5 Indian is? Them don't look like Indians to me.
Alienation, still we have a transfer of title or a legal conveyance of property to another.
Look.
So there goes your communication. We now have set up a communication between each other.
You see that? There's the boot.
Have we not?
More proper.
Okay. Now alienation does not mean rejection. It means to transfer property, to sell, buy, do whatever you want to with it. Okay. Now, keep these things in mind as we go along, okay? Take whatever I tell you and put it up in a little pigeonhole so we can bring it down later.
Take notes.
Now, there is in your pamphlets, in your booklets, a diagram like this. By the time we're finished with this class, lecture, whatever you want to call it, this diagram is going to be a living, breathing entity to you. It's going to be reality, I hope. If it's not, then I wouldn't have done my job. Now you will notice on the left side, this is the system according to me, on the left side you see up the top Principles of Liberty, and the preamble, the articles, the amendments, down through
the Articles of Confederation, remember? I want you to know this Constitution was made after the overthrow. Hello? 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 What happened? A 1,000 years are as a days to me. Yes. They made up the 1,000 years. They made up the extra 1,000 years, and the days were calculated, boom, as the years was as days. It didn't stop. You get what I'm saying? I'm going to holler at my tabulated machine people. But it will change every year. Oh, my goodness. But thank you, C. Lewis. An unlawful conveyance. Thank you.
Amendment 14. And on the right side, you will find up at the top it says Principles of Mort Main. How many recognize the word Mort Main?
How many of y'all know what Mort Main is? New students? Mort Main. Grant of power to administrate and carry on corporate functions. So they put you inside of the corporation. That's dead. It's collateral, but dead. They did this. The system according to Speakman.
You've read the book.
Not the whole book. I've read some definitions, and I'm a little bit puzzled. So we're going to have to go through this.
Okay, well, Mort Main is a very puzzling thing, too, for me because it's been hidden from us. This is the disease that our country is at effect of today. It is the cancer eating our substance. Now, if you can recall back to medieval times, the Roman Catholic Church at one time in England had England in the palm of its hand in a grip that couldn't be let go.
You see it? That's where you are.
This wasn't just a morale or moral issue, okay? It wasn't because all these good people of England were devout Catholics worshiping the church. They had a legal grip on England. They were sucking it dry financially, spiritually, and physically. And it was a legal grip. According to some authorities I have heard or talked with, that the Catholic Church believing it, that the Corpus Christi of Christ being perpetual.
You see that? There's that word again. What's the word? Corpus Mortmain Christi of Christ. What are we talking here, family?
Grip on England. They were sucking it dry.
There you go, Force Glory. A corporation's death grip. Press 1. Thank you.
Financially, spiritually, and physically. And it was a legal grip. According to some authorities I have heard or talked with, that the Catholic Church believing it, that the Corpus Christi of Christ being perpetual, so was the Catholic Church. I.e., we have a corporation.
I.e., we have a corporation. Those who are in the death grip, who the corporation has jurisdiction over. Come on. Again, if you know the power of sin is the law, then you know.
Okay. Mortmain refers to corporate functions, corporate principles, the corporate way of doing things.
So is dead.
And now we shall look up that word in the dictionary.
Let's look it up.
Again, Black's Law is good for the definition, but again I shall read from Noah Webster.
What are we looking at?
We are looking at Mortmain, M-O-R-T-M-A-I-N. Mortmain. French, mort meaning dead and main meaning hand.
Like mortgage? Huh?
In law, possession of lands or tenements in dead hands, or hands that cannot alienate. Alienation in mortmain is an alienation of lands or tenements to any corporation, sole or aggregate, ecclesiastical or temporal, particularly to houses of religion, or religious houses, by which the estate becomes perpetually inherent in the corporation and unalienable.
Now, wait a minute. They put you to death.
M-A-I-N.
And that will never change. They just flipped it upside down. They flipped the law upside down and made you enter the upside down law, the underworld, and be in death and be in dead hands forever.
Mortmain. French, mort meaning dead and main meaning hand.
So we got to understand French is that language. French is the corrupt. You have to go there to see their world. And most of us don't know French. And the French people who are here ain't helped us out. Press 1.
In law, possession of lands or tenements in dead hands, or hands that cannot alienate. Alienation in mortmain is an alienation of lands or tenements to any corporation, sole or aggregate, ecclesiastical or temporal, particularly to houses of religion, or religious houses, by which the estate becomes perpetually inherited.
So you're stillborn. Yes, sir. So you stillborn. Yes, sir. There, what I was talking about, the birth certificate and all that, this is where this comes into play. You're switching it over right here. This is the only law we know. But we don't know that this was the law against the law.
In the corporation and unalienable. Mortmain, it means dead hands. Something is in dead hands. It is a death grip on this country. Death grip on this country. The same way it was in England in medieval times. It is the principle our government is working under and upon at this very moment.
Henry VIII saw this.
They all saw this. There were Mortmain statutes. And now we're going to commence to...
That's why the New World was out of their jurisdiction. This is what made George Washington this is what changed King George to George Washington. Do you understand? And under sovereignty, our common laws was granted. Why? Because he was what? Okay.
Go through the literature. Now, all this Mortmain, put it up here with alienation, okay? Because it's going to be coming up. Mortmain and Mortmain and Cyprus have destroyed our country. We'll get into Cyprus. I like to say Cypre because it's a French word and it sounds very...
They have a Mortmain death grip on God people. You have to sound more like you're studying. Put more effort into that, okay? Because we're talking about George, okay? I don't know if you understand the difference between what you're saying in the allegoric principle and the legal standing in what you're saying. So I'm not conflicting the two here. God first, because there's God real. There's many gods, okay? Many. Okay, so let's focus on the reality. Let's not try to be allegorically correct. Let's use language in a way that a person can comprehend. All right, this God people thing, does it mean, what does that mean? They have a death grip on George's people, the sovereign people.
Elegant. Cypre. So when I say Cypre, it's C-Y-P-R-E-S-S, 2 words. Cypress is the ability to change a trust. Okay?
Cypre is what? The ability to change the trust. Huh? So they can change the what? Constitution in any way they see fit. Why? They can amend it by way of what? Cypre. Let's go.
The authority, the ability, what such are. Now we're going to go to the preamble. I have the preamble sitting here right in front of you. And we'll be looking at that and going to the English laws. Now, the greatest document ever created was the Magna Carta, as far as I'm concerned. Our Constitution today is literally our Magna Carta. Okay? Now, in the Magna Carta, I have given to you, I believe, the whole of it.
Why do they say the Constitution is their Magna Carta? Because it's directly what I was saying. Everything that I'm saying. They just flipped it upside down. They brought the republic into a democracy controlled by the bankers, controlled by foreigners. They alienated the nation and then enslaved them and genocided them and then said, this is the Magna Carta, this Constitution. So coming under the blah, 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 blah. Again, we're talking stolen legacy still.
It's very difficult reading because it's in the Old English words. But if you do read it, and you should, okay, you will notice that it is all, or basically up to a certain point, about inheritances, to inherit your liberty, especially number CAP 1, okay, a confirmation of liberties. Right here, it takes the liberties and says, our liberties are inheritable. We have granted also and given to all the free men of our realm, for us and our heirs forever, these liberties underwritten. Okay, the Magna Carta makes your liberties an inheritable thing. For as much as
The Magna Carta makes your thing inheritable. So they took that, brought it into the corporation, and made it uninheritable by you. They inherited already. You get it? So it cannot be re-inherited. If you don't know the inheritance was passed to you, how would you ever fight for it? Especially, we're going to teach you, you were a slave from Africa. You're going to teach your children, and they going to work for us and rebuild on top of your bones, nigga. We're going to bring your children into our Catholic church and raise them and make them afraid of every God that we know in Necro. They're going to be praising our gods for the next. That's all that happened. If you look at your men and women now, it's because of that. Once prominent innovators and creators, now just no give back clause. No, there's no give back clause. You would just have to prove be from Ohio. There's no give back. I wouldn't give it back. This is the world at stake. You feel me, Benjamin? Why would they work this hard to give it back? You must study to show thyself approved. They are merely trustees. You must study. Like Taekwondo. While they fighting and shooting basketballs, you got to study. How do I get out of this death camp? How do I become a man? How do I do this? You must understand law. The word of God, Black's law, the law that's over you. For it's that law that is sin. That's death. Sin. Satan has a death grip on you. You got it? That's why God, or the bloodline of the heirs. Look, the Jesus story is this. The heir comes through the bloodline, or the king comes by way of heir, or the king shall come down the line and do what? Reclaim his what? Inheritance. He will be the firstborn of the dead. And he will teach the others how. That's the prophecy. And you wandering around thinking of Greek gods and Egyptian nothing, when the prophecy is he is going to reprove this world of sin, which is the death grip, nigga. That's what he's going to do. Yeah, he comes after Jesus Christ. After Jesus is crucified. Yeah, he comes later and reproves the world of sin. And how would you know what sin is? If you in it. If you eating from the tree of good and evil. Do a little good here, sin a little there. Yeah. Praise God. One nation under God, to the republic for which it stands, indivisible. Because you can't see it, but it's right here. See, he comes to restore the republic. by reproving the world of sin, the restoration and the reclassification of God's holy people. He's not finna come give you a hug and you're not finna go live in heaven. No, the whole plan was for heaven and for you to realize the kingdom is going to reveal itself right here. You just chose not to believe it. You chose not to believe it. I believe it like I told you in that movie, Never Ending Story. I believe it just like that. Yeah. I believe it just like that. Hit the like button and subscribe. I believe it just like that. I have no ain't no second guessing or no, what if? No, this is what it is. A stolen republic, a stolen legacy, a stolen kingdom, an heir to be born. And that's why millions of y'all babies been aborted. Because the black Messiah is the heir. That's the dead Messiah who comes alive. What other Messiah story is it? What ain't no other religion structure, spiritual structure promised from God that a son will be born to reprove the whole world of sin so that you may come alive. All Abrahamic faiths is the fall of Adam. Let's keep it going.
As we have progressed scientifically, we have regressed spiritually and legally. Okay, we are definitely in feudal times. Now back to the Magna Carta. The first one is about the liberties. The second one is the relief on the king's tenant of full age. Third is wardship, and these are all inheritances. Okay.
Okay, so they inherited wardship. Okay, because the father will be your ward or the person over you. So the state has it now. The corporation with Governor Newsom and whatever governor our head. Do you understand how that goes? Okay.
Fourth is about wasting. Now, wasting is very important, okay, because this will come up later. I presume I can see that the 14th Amendment is projected toward people who waste, okay? In CAP 35, it discusses liberties purchased. Okay, if you weren't a free man or if you didn't have a free estate, you literally purchased your estate and your liberties were derived from that idea of purchase. Okay, these are things just skimming the top so far. Now, at 36, we come into mortmain. It shall not be lawful from henceforth to give his lands to any religious house. Now, the reason they had religious house, why they specifically were pointed at religious houses, because the Catholic Church was a corporation.
You see? Do you see it? The Catholic Church still is a corporation.
Catholic Church, and I don't mean to knock or poo-poo the Catholic Church or any other religion.
And the gods
it just
of that
to be
church,
the way it was at the
come
time.
on, it is a dead church. I was right. This whole 7 years, I was right.
So, the Catholic Church was a corporation, and they were attempting to prevent.
Now check this out. All of y'all religions come out the Catholic Church. This is easy. Now, all of y'all religions out there are approved and stamped by the biggest Moor on the planet. Now, wait a minute. Where my Moorish brothers at? Yo, God, your king over here is a corporation. Damn. The biggest Moor on earth. The one who stamps all the Moors. That's all aliens. Knows this. And you don't know this? You're a corporation. Okay, my Moorish brother, you're dead too. You only understand the laws within the corporation. There is no escape that way. You can understand every law within the corporation. Your understanding on why you gonna shut the fuck up and get your ass back to work. It's just that. The law I'm talking about is different. Y'all talking about the etymology and all this other stuff. I'm telling you right out the law. Right here in simple English.
Prevent it from sucking the wealth out of England.
See?
A person would die or was about to die, and he would bequeath his estate over to the Catholic Church for the saving of his immortal soul, leaving the heirs destitute or out on the street. So this was an attempt on their part.
What they used to do is pass the inheritance down by way of the father. They didn't start stealing the inheritance until they took over your estates. Until J.P. Morgan, Grover Cleveland gave them all the paperwork. They didn't start doing that until then. Until then, you were handed down sovereignty. This is why white folks and black folk that came over from Europe and Germany and Rome and all these different places, they all got the treatment of your pension and your homes. And yes, there it is.
To prevent that to the Catholic Church as a corporation, because it was in dead hands and they couldn't get it back. It kept revolving in dead hands.
See?
Okay?
See? Just like the stock market. You can't get it back. Your stuff gold, it's going to revolve back. You're in that right now.
First, I put this in there. You should probably read it at your leisure. It applies also. The next page is the Statute of Mortmain, 15 Richard 2nd, 1391, Chapter 5. Again, they're trying to stop the eating of the corporate power from the country. Or am I saying that right? Do we get it? Okay. Now we're going to get in. If you have a question, please write it down so that at the end, after the taping, we can get back to the question, because I hopefully will answer anything that comes up and you can just scratch your question off.
Well, this pertains to the Legacy 1, too. So do these references here match what's in Legacy 1?
Most of them, yes. This is where I got Legacy 1 and Legacy 2. Okay. The Statute of Wills. Now, when the question was, when the question came up, just what is the Constitution, I had an inkling. I mean, someone gave me the input that, it had something to do with a will. There was will structure in it. So I started to, reading about wills. And it led me to the Statute of Wills. And in the Statute of Wills, you will notice by the star where it says, hereditaments holding of the king, his heirs or successors, or any other person or persons by knight service, shall have full and free liberty, power, and authority to give, dispose, will, or devise to any persons except bodies, politic, and corporate. Okay? So the Constitution as a thing right there told me it could not be a...
So from that alone, you will see that the heirs and the sovereigns could not even give their power to a political body. That's Congress. That's Congress. Those are governors. This is illegal. Revolving like moving in a circle. Yes, around a black rock, royal purple. Now you see why it's in the news. This is the rock of Satan. This is a mountain. And believe me, with the faith of a mustard seed, royal purple, we will move the mountain. Trust me. We already did, royal purple. I've told you, this is all downhill for me. Yeah, this is all downhill. People don't even know, royal purple, what time it is. If they knew what time it was right now, what time it was, why they even getting this information? Listen, the faith of a mustard seed of do what? What mountain? All right then.
Will. Couldn't possibly be a will. It was against the common law. It was against the laws of England, of which the founding fathers were following. Okay? I then came to the Statute of Uses, and things began to start looking familiar. in the statute of uses, down at the bottom, where it starts to read that where any person or persons stand to be seized, or at any manors, lands, tenements, rents, services, reversions, remainders, or others, or any body politic by reason of any bargain, sale, fee-offment, fine, recovery, covenant, contract, agreement, will, or otherwise, by any manner, means whatsoever, it shall be, in every such case, all and every such person and persons and body politic that have or hereafter shall have any such use, confident, or trust in fee simple, fee tail, or term of life, 4 years, etc., shall from henceforth stand be seized and deemed and judged in lawful season. This is saying that this creates a trust, a use, actually. I put something in trust for your use. I am the trustee. I'm not only the trustee, but
So that's what J.P. Morgan and them was. Trustees. Our people they trust. You see it? But not understanding it was being put in a minor estate to be used for somebody else to use. So it looks like it's in compliance, but you're going into death and they're coming to life like a portal. So they figured this way out by working closely with government officials back in the day and how to get our people to go into a democracy or communism or socialism, rather the republic.
But I'm the testator or the trustor. I'm a person who creates it. But I put something into trust so that you can use it. It's actually yours and mine, but you can use it. It's a use. They called it the statute of uses. Trusts and uses are basically the same thing. They fall under the same idea, the same conditions. Okay, that started to ring a bell. To use. Yes, I should be able to use it. And then I came across the statute of charitable uses, and things really begin to look familiar.
The statute of charitable uses. This is where the churches and the 501(c)(3)s and the habitat programs and save the polar bears from the icy falling wall up there in Antarctica somewhere.
Now, in the statute of charitable uses, you shall find that which looks very familiar, like the Social Security system, the repair of bridges, ports, havens, causeways, and
look, here go the transit authorities and this one, and here they come.
Highways.
This is all started in Epcot. This is all was supposed to be Disney's Epcot. Come on.
You will find supportation, aid, and help of young tradesmen, handicraftsmen, persons. You will find the word other taxes in it. Okay, this is a very important statute. The statute of uses and the statute of charitable uses are the big ones. Then on the next page, I have the statute of fraudulent deeds, alienations, etc., which is a statute 13 Elizabeth 1, 1570, chapter 5. Now, Elizabeth, this was after the overthrow of the Catholic Church. They were
overthrow of the king. The whole republic. They keep saying the Catholic Church. Are they in control or are they trying to get control? Which one is it?
now Protestants and had gained control back of England. What happened was, I guess people just got fed up with the whole situation.
Oh, they didn't want to be Catholics no more, right? No, family.
They got tired of the corporate Mortmain structure.
No, they were wobblies. They were jealous of the sovereigns, and they wanted what they wanted. And the criminals and the bankers got together and overthrew stole it, genocided, shot their ways through a peaceful towns, and that's all there was to it. They just hung a bunch of mob rule.
keeping them in dead hands.
They trying to act like they didn't want to be Catholic, and now in 2024 they all Catholic again. How did y'all end up back in Roman power? No, the Romans just took over the republic. Don't that make more sense? How would you not believe in Satan and then got this wonderful story of how y'all overthrew, but we know they overthrew the king, King George. Remember the Revolutionary War and the blah, blah, blah. Now they got a whole, because she's telling it, and she wants you, she needs them to see it this way, because they now understand they were duped by the bankers. You're not free. And you were just there as collateral damage, as new people of this land. Y'all Indians, y'all got your benefit. No, they want to be free, because now they understand what freedom truly is. They want to be heirs of liberty. Well, you are. They want to be heirs of the Magna Carta, of sovereign. And that only applies to the Commonwealth, which it was you. The people who traded in all their gold and silver and was robbed and put in work camps and was genocided out of history, put on rolls, and everybody came over as an Indian. A black Indian, this is a Frenchman, and this one and that one. And in real life, this is how you have this great jump from being great adventures and great status to like being slaves. When?
With the death grip, got rid of the king, got rid of the church, and now we have English.
Got rid of the king by way of the church.
The Elizabeth, who is Protestant.
And Elizabeth is Queen Elizabeth. Okay. Elizabeth.
And she creates the statute of fraudulent deeds.
And which you bet not do.
In here, you will find that if there's any fraudulent situations over conveyances, like trusts, deeds, you are now in jeopardy by guileful and covetous or fraudulent devices and practices.
This is actually what they're guilty of. So when my team that we put together this great presentation when dealing with this legal thing we got here, put this together, keep all of this. Okay, keep all these as notes.
As aforesaid, we shall or might be in any ways disturbed, hindered, delayed, or defrauded to be.
It's specifically telling J.P. Morgan and these banking institutions, if they're by any means y'all did this and conveyed this over to some fraud or scheme,
clearly and utterly void, frustrate, and of none effect.
then it's void, and you are not a trustee. All endeavors are returned. These are the discrepancies they need you to look over.
If you created trust that was fraudulent, it was of none effect. So therefore, if the Founding Fathers were creating a trust in the Constitution, it had to be lawful.
Or it is void. Epic Studies says, that's a cool name, Epic Studies. The trick is to remove it from your mind so you don't develop courage to fight back. Wow. I like the way you worded that. If you're going to type sentences here in my chat room, make it look like this. Something that I can understand. Lets me know you alive out there somewhere. It's all void. Yes. It's all fraud. But if you don't know it, how would you fight back? If they're calling you black and you're an African and you're so wrapped up in a political, when are you going to have time to sit down for a few years if you got to get your mind right? When are you going to do that? You're not. You got a 40-hour work period that they put on you. See how this works? You ain't going to have time. Y'all allowed me time. You get it? I'm your man, Joe. I'm your guy. You allowed me to have time. You get it? That being on a run from the law all that time gave me what? Time. More time. And that's what you need, time.
It had to be lawful. We go again to the statute against collusion.
Not void. Look what he says. Not voidable, but void from the inception. Exactly. This is where the 50 move rule come into chess. Thank you, Epic. From the initial inception, it's not fair. Right, Epic? It's cheating from the inception. It's defrauding from the initial setup. From the creation of it, it's void. It's a fraud. And here y'all go about to vote for the fraud. And it's not your fault. You born in this shit. I apologize if I offend some of y'all, but I'm so happy that a person like Benjamin and Bocat Smith can see and can understand exactly what I'm saying.
Exclusive and fraudulent conveyances, which also upholds this thought and line of idea. Number 3 down in the first paragraph.
So
says,
we need this. We need this book. I don't know what this book is called, but I'm gonna put this on my Patreon for my students, and we're gonna need everything about these books from every student. Pick your stands. I don't care. Nobody's smarter than the next one because it's all the information. Let's go.
By any secret intent of the parties, the same to be their own proper use and at their free disposition. Number 4, colored nevertheless by a feigned countenance and show of words and sentences as though the same were made bona fide for good causes. Still upholding the fact that if you are creating something, it has to be lawful. It has to be lawful. This is the common law. This is the law of England. And this is the law that the Founding Fathers went by. They were lawful men. You will find constantly through these statutes repeatedly inheritances, repeatedly body politics, corporate, so that you can literally separate who is who without everything being piled up into a mishmash. We have the statute of frauds. It's a very important thing. We can't get to the statute of frauds when we go into court these days because the laws and the workings of the Maine government is not in its reach.
Huh?
Repeatedly inheritance, repeatedly body politics, corporate, so that you can literally separate who is who without everything being piled up into a mishmash.
So you do black and white. You got it? Black and white. Inside of the body of politics. Now, this is corpus. This is a dead body of politics. I told y'all in the Bible, the eagles, what? You say it for me in the chat room. Oh. Now you're talking Congress, senators, the body of politics.
We have the statute of frauds. It's a very important thing. We can't get to the statute of frauds when we go into court these days because the laws and the workings of the Maine government is not in its reach. It's not in its reach. We're going to show you how and why it's not in its reach. Okay? So when you go into a court...
Where the corpse is, the eagles will gather. Right? Right? Oh, that boy Kev Cole. Told you. told you. Damn.
Saying, you know, this is fraudulent. The judge sitting there going, no, I don't think so. No, because you can't get to the common law. You are barred. The little diagram I showed you, there is a bar going down between the two columns on the right and the left. There is a bar that goes down between the principles of liberties and the principles of Mortmain. We're literally stuck into Mortmain in dead hands. That's why we feel so frustrated when we go into court, knowing that there is justice somewhere, but we're not experiencing it, we're not feeling it, we don't see it, we don't get it, something's wrong. We are barred. We keep coming up against the steel wall.
You are barred. You keep coming up against a steel wall, trying to bust your fist like Tupac said. You're not using your head. What makes you ashamed of being black? That hit different, huh? That hit different, huh, Bocat? What makes you ashamed? You're not using your fucking head, bro.
Now, in order for you to understand...
How you black stuck in Mortmain? Come on. These are the questions that's going to set your mind free. And I don't care if you don't want to be mentally free. I'm going to help you. Yep. Just contribute to my page. Hit that cash. I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you so your mind can have some peace, so you'll be thinking for the first time probably. You'll be thinking. You gonna be thinking so much. You nigga, you gonna be just laying in the bed for 2 hours just thinking, trying to distract yourself from thinking now. Not the distraction being your life, but now it's gonna get so intense. Shit, you may have to use a distraction or two to keep you keep your sanity.
Where the power lies, the power does not lie in the articles, nor does it lie in the amendments.
Where do they lie?
The power lies in the preamble.
In the
It
preamble.
is the preamble that creates the estate.
And the power of sin is in the preamble.
The preamble that creates the trust. It is the preamble who tells you who it is.
You see?
Or who it isn't.
They know who it is and who it isn't.
Actually. Okay? You must understand what an estate is, so that you can see it.
So you can see it.
So that you can see the estate lying in here, and so that you can see the trust.
That's
okay,
right.
We know that the English laws, it had to be a will or a trust. It wasn't a will. We're going to presume it's a trust, because they had to make it legal and lawful. They weren't going to get hung. I don't think so. If I were to create a document...
Who wasn't going to get hung? Somebody got hung. The serpent god King Morpheus original said something that doesn't matter. Like, what does that mean? Nothing. Come back and try it again.
I mean, I try to make my documents lawful. I'm trying to follow their laws, doing it right all along. Okay, so they were no different than we are. And I am a lawful person. You're going to have to turn this one sideways. This that we're going to go into is a book written by an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Henry Baldwin, in 1837. It was published. And it's a rather large, it's much larger than what I have given you. It's literally a book, and bless my friend who gave it to me.
Shout out to the people who be like, they didn't let us read. Sir, 1835, our people was reading. We've been reading this whole time. We didn't understand Canaan law. We didn't understand the trickery in the words, the perversion.
Because she said, well, so-and-so says this, that, and the other, and it's found in here. And I said, oh, well, I'd like to read this. And when I read it, I said, well, so-and-so missed something. He missed on page 3. the first parts of these things. Okay, down on the bottom, you see where it starts out, to me, just above the star. I'm going to read down. To me it seems that it can be made intelligible, we're discussing the Constitution, in all its parts by applying to it those established rules and maxims of common law in the construction of statutes, and those accepted definitions of words, terms, and language in which they had been used and had been received as well known and understood in their ordinary or legal sense. That's why I have the Webster's Dictionary of 1828, because that's what the Constitution was written on, according to the subject matter. In appealing to the common law as the standard of exposition in all doubts as to the meaning of written instrument, there is safety, certainty, and authority. The institution of the colonies were based upon it. It was their free system of jurisprudence, with only local exceptions to suit the conditions of the colonists, who claimed it as their birthright and their inheritance. The common law was their birthright and their inheritance. So they were claiming the liberties that were given to them under the great charters and the laws of England.
No, they was given right. The liberties was given to foreigners. Right was given to those with birthright. That's what it is. Stop. Real people. That's what the whole thing of alienation. That's why it can't be alienated. Because of birthright. So if they remove your birthright and say you from somewhere else, what would that do to your estate, your inheritance? You would know nothing about it.
The Magna Carta bequeathed brought up the inheritance of liberties. And here they are claiming their inheritance, their birthright. We're having a problem getting to our birthright today. The next page. From the beginning, I guess that's the first paragraph down, the little star up at the top. From the beginning till the consummation of the Revolution, the people of the colonies and states in all successive congresses, they had congresses at the time, took their stand upon the common law and Constitution of England as the heirs of freedom. English freemen, whose custom it is derived from their ancestors to make those tremble who dare to think of making them miserable.
Taking their things. So this is God. This is their ancestor. This is, who the Ancient of Days are. You get what I'm saying? The language being used is a promising threat of a superior power.
God bless them. Heirs of freedom. They didn't claim to be sovereign state citizens. Sovereign state citizenship did not exist.
I told you. Sovereign state citizen. A sovereign citizen. Huh? You get why I be teaching my Moorish brothers? You see why? Press one. That's impossible. It made you a contradiction of oneself, a split mind.
It didn't exist until the king said, "Here is the treaty of peace. You're a sovereign citizen." Or
I told you. Now listen to me. Until who said it? The king. The Moors didn't have a pact. They betrayed the king and went into business with the corporation, the United States corporation. Do you see it? Time to teach. Hit that like button. I told you. The Moors betrayed the king.
Kev Gills, I got you on me. Yeah, man. Welcome to the You Have a Seat. The only professor applying pressure when he teach. Big cloud in these YouTube streets. I cheat like Wiz Khalif. Call it in if you gon' speak. Press 1 when you checking in. I got the merch, cop a coffee, a kush shirt. Support the brand if you support the man. With the spirit of Steve Coakley, they can't hold me. Back them down and fade away on them like I'm COVID. Only straight shooter on this computer. Who else you know gon' bring it to your real truth? Hallelujah. More haters, more moderators.
And that's it. That's it. Okay, so stop acting like y'all don't have no, like, I'm saying it. Oh, Kev said it, so it's, no, I'm right. Okay. I'm right. So I kept saying the biggest moral to pay is Pope. That's a corporation. So y'all went into business with the Pope and became monkey Moors and accepted the role as black in a system. And then you're going to be a sovereign citizen. What is that, white? Get out of town. Stop, y'all. Just stop.
Or whatever he said. It didn't exist. Who were they? What were they to call themselves? They called themselves heirs of freedom. This preempts state citizenship.
Huh.
This is who they define themselves.
We inherited this. We own all of it. Freedom, not liberty. Liberty for all, for you. Justice for everybody. But the right. This is like the 12 tribes of Israel. It's like the 12 estates. 12 different estates. Don't you get it? All being fed upon by way of necromancy. Don't you see? It's necromancy because it's a dead body of politics. That's feeding on the dead. Who are the dead? Who you call black people. Look the word up within your interpretation of the dead. It's dead. You can't have life without them. And if they were to ever be made alive, you would be dead. You ever heard the saying, no, everybody want to be black till it's time to be black? Yeah. Nobody want to be dead. Nobody want to need the bar association to cover for them because they can't speak. They don't understand what she's saying. They don't understand what Kev is saying. Only thing they know is the word God and the blood of Jesus and grace. That's all they know.
Says, you won't find a state citizen mentioned in the preamble because it did not exist. But an inheritance did. So did estate laws. So did trusts. So now we have heirs of freedom. An heir. Down on the bottom again, it mentions more about the inheritance left us by our forefathers. Our inheritance. The great bulwark of our Constitution. The first and best maxims of the Constitution. You think the best maxim is the Articles or the First Amendment? No, it's in the preamble. It's the first maxim. Venerable to Britons and Americans, whose forefathers participated in the rights and liberties they boasted of and conveyed the same fair inheritance to them. We have a conveyance. Convey, inheritance, freedom. It was called the covenant chain on the next page at the star between the mother country and them. The charters of the king were their written civil constitutions of government, and the colonies would not part with or lose their hold of this covenant chain. There is a covenant of liberty. Covenant, promise, guarantee, secure, insurance, It's a covenant. Now, you should read this. It's very important. It's boring to read all of this. I've gone through book after document, sucking it all in, absorbing it, getting the picture. And I keep coming up with, and you should too, look for your inheritance. In today's laws, you'll find in, say, Amjor 2D, you'll read a sentence and you go, I don't get this, I don't understand it. Well, that's not talking about you. Guaranteed.
The funny thing is, they all know they come from Russia and their grandfathers and stuff came over here. That didn't have nothing to do with 1776, 1898. Y'all was supposed to be the pilgrims. You was supposed to have this divine right already. How did it go from y'all being this to the banks controlling y'all and y'all don't want to be libertarians no more? That doesn't even make sense. None of what y'all say, none of what they say make any logical sense. It makes sense like if we was eating over a baseball game and you just wanted to have small talk and disagree with shit just to agree with it or disagree or small talk. But it has it's not real.
Well, when you understand the trust and the estate, then you can go and read something in Amjor and you will find yourself.
Didn't they break the covenant according to their history when they fought against King George? Exactly, Benjamin. Exactly. You can't play both sides, in the words of my Chicago brothers. You cannot play both sides. It can't be the Catholic Church is fighting against the Catholic Church to redeem itself from the corporate main hold that the Catholic Church had on the Catholic Church, and instead of, like, doesn't make sense. And it won't make sense now that you're paying attention. It's just going to get stupider and stupider. Like how you look at the world now, all this shit happening, it's going to get stupider. You just make sure you do what you normally do every day. Eat and drink water. Because this is going to get stupider. The unveiling of it, the unveiling of the way we've been living up into this 150-year mark is you got to smile because it'll hurt your feelings. It hurts deeply to find that there was a black genocide that was overlooked this whole time. Like, you just from Africa. We don't even look like Africans. Don't even call me Godfrey. What's his name? Godfrey? That's an African. Okay. That's an African. Okay. I'm the real deal. Okay, this is real knowledge and wisdom. I'm not here to make you laugh. I love making you laugh with the truth, but I'm not here to be your comedian and be a celebrity for you to do more backflips so you to hear more truth. I'm here to get to the definitive, because at some point in time, there is a definitive. We have to get to that point. I'm not just going to laugh with y'all for 20, 30 years and subliminally tell y'all small truths to make myself accepted by people who going to hell. Hell no. I'm cool. I got Benjamin. I got Tracy. I got George. I got my moderators. I got Epic Studies. Goddamn. You think I'm not going through what Big Baby and them going? I don't go through that stuff. Hell no. I've studied this too long to not share it with the world. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't about sometimes I get so frustrated with people not interacting in the way that I thought it would. But I understand at this point the ooh and the ah, the wow about it. It's like, what can you say? What can you say? So I'll continue to help and do my part. Y'all continue to show up and be in this chat room and keep breaking this down, because I know my other students is finding this video useful at this point. When we first watched it Okay, we kind of get it. Second, after note taking, all right, we got this. Third, fourth, fifth time watching it, after knowing all of this stuff, it's like, damn. So they got us all in science and all of this, just to get us off of bingo, the Republic. Bingo. What they did, what they took, why your sovereignty is needed, why the world will be depending on you to stand up at this time.
Segregating everything because
Look how she
you'll
break it
read a
down.
sentence and you go, I don't get this, I don't understand it. Well, that's not talking about you. Guaranteed. When you understand the trust and the estate, then you can go and read something in Amjur and you will find yourself segregating everything because it has been commingled. Everything has been commingled, which is a no-no in trusts. Okay?
Which is a what? Which is a no-no in trust. A big no-no in trust. You don't commingle, recodify, take away from one person who's a product of an inheritance just to give it to somebody else. You don't give illegal immigrants or aliens my stuff. You get what I'm saying?
Now, back to this. On the next page, which would be 6, okay? And please don't laugh. There is a circular object. This is the seal of the Magna Carta, okay? I said not laugh. Okay, that was you, wasn't it? I know. Okay, now you will notice in here. Let's see, where do I find to the journal? Okay, to the journal published by their order. Now we're talking about the Founding Fathers and their first Journal of Congress. Okay, to the journal published by their order and verified by the autograph of their secretary is prefixed in the title page a medallion of which the following is a facsimile. The medallion is the Magna Carta, the seal of Magna Carta on the first Journal of Congress. The Magna Carta of England was the pedestal on which the column and cap of
They took the sovereignty, placed it upon themselves, a corporate body. Now listen.
The medallion is the Magna Carta, the seal of Magna Carta.
The first Continental Congress. But who was the leader of the Continental Army? George Washington.
They are defending their inherent liberties as enumerated in the Magna Carta. They had written this. This was already written. But they were defending the Magna Carta because the Magna Carta is in here. You don't see it, but it's in there. They were defending it. They brought it down forward, and they were passing it on in the preamble. They created an estate.
They said, there, look. They created an estate. This is easy.
Of liberty, and it's sitting there in the preamble. Your liberty is an estate.
Your liberty is an estate, and it's not yours.
There is page 10, second underlined section. I underline everything. It's for my posterity to find. Page 10, it says, now we're still discussing the Constitution by Mr. Baldwin. And he says that the Constitution, the intent by the framer was to endure for ages to come and designed to approach immortality. Now, it truly is. This is the finest document in the world. It is beautiful once you get to see the picture of it all, what the Founding Fathers left us was the finest estate in trust that this world has ever known.
You heard her? What the founding fathers left us. Now, if we do a DNA check and come, she's nowhere near here. Her family and lineage, she's almost like that lady who says she was an Indian. Oh my goodness. Oh. He trying, man, them founding fathers left us. Her founding father is J.P. Morgan. The founding fathers who put together the Magna Charta, or the Carta, depending on how you pronounce it, what is the Great Charter, the dual joint stock Plymouth Rock, the joint stock venture, all that is King George, a.k.a. George Washington, a.k.a. you know the rest of his name. Okay, this is a joint stock dual company, East Indian Company. This is all George. The East Indian Company was just the ship that went to East India. That's it. And many ships. That's why they keep toying with you. Where the slave boats at? Where the slave boats at, black man? Since y'all, they don't know how to attack you. But your slave boat sitting right there at the marina. SS United States. The slave boat sitting right there. SS Missouri. The other SS this boat. The other SS this one. All of them. It's how you got here. All of them.
And through guile practices, we, the heirs of freedom, have literally had our estate stolen.
Look how she tried. She knows she want to say, these niggas had their estate stolen. But listen, I'm telling you in the same matter. You had your estate stolen. I know my estate was stolen. I'm alive. I'm telling you, your estate was stolen. And this whole black getting money for slavery, this is a sham, a joke. That's why they keep touring with y'all. Tyreek Nasheed never get you reparation, ever, because you don't deserve reparation. You deserve your estate. You deserve your freedom, your inheritance, your God-given right. You deserve to know the truth about your history. That's what you do. You don't need another PPP loan. You need another teacher. You need somebody to teach you how to see the law correctly and what the Bible is used for as a foundational governance for this land. You need to know that. Like you know every other rap lyric. Like you know how to do this and won't that and all this extra. The men need to stand upright. You don't think Nipsey Hussle knew law? You don't think Jay-Z and them know this, bro? Then to give them status, walk around, and you see them as gods. You deserve that, buddy. You who work every day, 40 hours a week, just to be told 50-50 ain't good. Got you on this hamster wheel of life. Bet you didn't know you had a trust. You know you got a trust when you go to jail. And they give you a number and they start shipping you around California, 10,000, 8,000, 20,000 for a hamburger. You know that then. But you don't want to know nothing outside of that. You know they tapping into your trust then. You want to get on Google and check your CUSIP number. Then what? Press 1.
It is beautiful once you get to see the picture of it all. What the founding fathers left us was the finest estate in trust.
That's right.
That this world has ever known.
Ever known. Willy Wonka ass trust. Golden ticket trust. That's right. They say, Kev, would you take it all away from America and bestow it upon yourself? I would. I sure would. I sure the fuck would. I'll take it all and give it to the people. I'll take it all and give it right back to them. All of it. Free. Not even a service charge. Press, what they give is what they give, but not even the service charge. Shit, Todd taught me. You remember Todd, what we talked about? Nigga got out of jail, what you say? Consider it all a loss for knowing Christ Jesus, right? Remember? Consider it a loss for knowing the truth, bro. I give it all back to the sovereigns. I give it all back to God's people, to the people of common law. I give it all back. Yeah. Because they ain't had nothing. They haven't even been, they've been trying to fit into a dead state and still broke and still don't got a peace of mind. When the only thing they need is their estate. They need their inheritance. They need their names. They need to live again, just like God did. They need no jurisdiction to be said to them. Yeah, you is of a different spiritual, whole different concept. We apologize for even talking to you. I need you to understand it and not just press one and all this. I want you to know you got the power. And your father got the power to every prison system in hell. Facts. Facts. So the only way you know enough Ultra Instinct is by studying at the row, finding a student to study with. So a bunch of people in the chat room, everybody studied this, finding a student to study with and compare notes with, have conversations with it about this. Because this is important. Seeing it from the perspective of an African American who had everything taken is different from seeing it from anywhere else.
And through guile practices, we, the heirs of freedom, have literally...
Hold on. Somebody said something. Tariq Nasheed, question mark. Oh, you mean Marcus Sanders? Due to fraud. All of them fraud. Anybody claiming to be foundationally black is fraud. You're a fraud. You're a fraud. Press one. Anybody claiming to be foundationally black is a foreigner, an alien. Like little light-skinned Mike. My little German buddy. No frauds. You can't be foundationally black. That'll be condemning you into the same legal hell that you stuck in now. So just by you saying that, you feel me? I know that you're not a student of mine. Yeah, all of them. Anybody saying you foundationally black and deserve reparation is a thief. I don't even honor that. Because first of all, these be the niggas that was pimping 20 years ago. Now don't found a new groove. I don't got time for this shit. Y'all looking for the next uncle or spiritual or next Charleston White and all that. I'm not doing that no more. Anybody claiming to be foundationally anything but under the Republic, then you are against the law. You want to remain black in law. And you notice they can't say what black is in law. Why? Because they need you to believe that you are black. They don't want you to know. They don't want that argument to come up. What does black, why would I identify as a collective nation as dead? And wonder why ain't nobody listening.
We've had our estate stolen from us, our inheritance, our liberty. It is an estate. Now, over on the right, you will see that the Constitution is a grant. Trusts, grants and trusts go in the same hand.
Look.
They're hand in hand. A grant creates trust. It creates a use.
Look, this is how they siphoned it off.
Let's see if there's the grant does not convey power which might be beneficial to the grantor if retained by himself, or which can move solely to the benefit of the grantee. Okay. The government says, well, this is a grant. They granted us power. Yes, we did. The people, the founding fathers granted them power.
To grant without compensation. Shh.
But the power that was granted was for them to work in a corporate structure and applied only to things that they owned or that which was ceded to them or granted to them. So under their corporate structure, they...
Hold on, we got a student. All I need is Black's Law Dictionary. I can read just fine. Well, go read. What you here for? Get up out of here. Over here, we need 3 and 4 books. Yeah, we need Black's Law. We need Scripture. We need the 1828. We need all of them. We need all of them. Okay? You don't just need one. You need a complete understanding, little boy.
Had to own it, have it ceded to them, or have it granted to them. And that's how the corporation worked. It worked on those things.
Told you. See?
Only those things.
See? So the corporation is what? Who gave you the Constitution?
Down at the bottom, you'll see I have the words things written on there.
See, you want to know things from Black's Law. Black's Law is Canaan law. So just understanding that, how you going to know the laws of the land? Black's Law. No. No, you just want to know the law of the water. You just want to know what laws is upon the jurisdiction of that. I'm cool. I can know that too. I grew up in it. But there's greater laws. There's greater laws. In order to operate at the supreme level, you need to know the word of God. Then what you going to do? You're going to be barred until you do, little child. That's why I speak for myself in court. And I ain't got to say nothing.
This gentleman is beautiful. I mean, he so defines it. Constitution creates things, not names. We're going to be constantly looking for the thing that it creates. Okay? In the preamble, the thing is the estate. There are no names there. It's a thing.
It's a thing. What are the names? They were stolen and taken by the Canaanites, like this guy in the chat room. They were taken. Convey it as one. All of them are black in law. Cut off their last names.
Okay, page 24. Now, in this paragraph that I have marked, Mr. Baldwin starts to discuss, no, it's the second paragraph down, states, inherent rights, okay? This is the essence of supreme and sovereign power, which testifies that the ultimate absolute sovereignty is in the several states and the people thereof, who can do by inherent right and power anything in relation to the Constitution or change of government, except depriving a small state of equal suffrage in the Senate. Not in the United States or the people thereof as one nation or one people, who in their unity of character or power can do nothing either by inherent right or representation as a majority.
Damn. And you forever a minor. Damn.
Inherent rights.
Damn. And you still a minor. They got you as minority.
Inherent rights of the people of the states. Not the people of the United States.
The East State.
But the people of the states. Who are the people of the United States? They are 14th Amendment citizens.
Oh, and you are black. Oh, they already took you. They already made you a criminal on the 13th. The 14th Amendment, it had made you a citizen of a dead corporation. They killed you. It nailed you to the cross. Oh my goodness. They killed you. They genocided you right out. Took you out the head of household. Took you to the labor camps to work for the corporations. Shout out to Shiva for that one. To work for the corporations for free until your back came out. And that became jail for the rest of you. So the corporations always owned the jails. They didn't just, private corporations didn't just start. The state-ran penitentiaries is privately ran by the United States government. That's why you in there. That's why you in hell. That's why you promised from jail, from childhood. That's why your mama got you in your family dysfunction, because you're on your way to hell. Because hell is jail. So you go from an innocent child who knew no sin to hell-bound sinner, bro. You, 666, Mr. Carbon itself, you. Hit that like button and subscribe. You. Bruh.
14th Amendment citizens have no inherent rights.
Rights. Don't you understand that, boy? Next time y'all come for Kev, make sure your mouth is ready to run as fast as your brain and your feet run. Press 1. Because mine sure do. You have no inherent right. Where's your inheritance? From your father, from your grandfather, from your great-grandfather. Where's your sovereignty? Where's your inheritance? You don't know what you're fighting for. Hey, listen, I'm not here to stand with niggas who don't even know what they stand for. Because a nigga that don't stand for anything, for nothing, will fall for anything. And we don't need another fall. So your understanding, your comprehension level got to come up. They took your name, made you a criminal in the 13th, and stripped down your inheritance with the 14th. That's the portal. Don't you see? It's amended law. It's illegal. It made your trust inheritable. Like inheritable by somebody else. Don't you see the trick? The corporation is the private prison. The prison under the prison is hell. Hell is prison. You know how they say you'll never see the light of day again? It's true.
Only the people of the state.
Only the people of the state.
Several states.
And you got 50 of them, right? Do you see the wordplay? So you believe in the 13th Amendment and the 14th, you were in there, not them. You're the only one in there. Then you can contain the G. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show y'all just what I know. This is yours. This is yours. If you're not willing to speak as forms of fighting, then you deserve everything you get. I only speak because I don't deserve nothing. I don't deserve celebrity. I don't want that shit. That's not what I want. I don't want none of that. I want what's mine. What I'm fighting for is greater than, like, I don't even know. You should have been honored to hang out with Kev, because I'm fighting for a lot of people. You should be honored. You people come in my chat room, people been trolling this whole time. Where they at? Silence.
God bless you, Mr. Baldwin. Lovely. The features of the British and federal government.
You want to be
compared.
free. You got to study to show thyself approved, and not from an allegorical sense of the word God and grace and Jesus. Not none of that stuff. You got to really study and show yourself approved. Approved for what? That you are competent. You can speak, and not just say what up, huh? Okay. And y'all gonna see when I'm doing my Democratic news over there talking about Brick Baby, you're gonna see the difference between this class and the world. That's why I'm doing that. So I can show y'all this is how they look. They don't even know they all going to prison. They already gone. I didn't have to, I told y'all what was gonna happen to P. Diddy and them. Wait till they get Snoop. Wait till they get all these people. You in trouble, G. I don't have to keep keep doing magic tricks and all this other. Shout out to Linda for contributing to my page. Lisa Randall, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Where you been? Press 1. Where you been? Ollie Ware, where you at? Shout out to Ollie. Mrs. White, shout out to you. A new service. Shout out to you. William B. Jones, Cedric Jefferson, Jason Harris. Shout out to y'all for making this class what it is today.
Okay. Down by the little arrows. The powers not delegated or prohibited being reserved to the states respectively or the people, none can exist by prerogative or inherent power in any branch of the government. Hence, the effect of a specification of the powers granted and prohibited and the express reservation of all others leaves to the states all the prerogative powers of the king over those subjects.
Say it again. So they took the king's power upon themselves. You know who the king is. Gotcha.
Which are involved in these 4 cases, the ones that Mr. Baldwin was talking about, or going to be looking at, either directly or collaterally, on none of which any powers granted to the United States by this Constitution. Then he goes into charters of incorporation, franchises over public rivers, etc., etc. Now then he goes into descent, okay, and he says that the King of England we're discussing is a natural person on whom the crown descends by hereditary right.
A natural person. You hear that? For his glory, you hear that? A natural person. You're not natural, you're artificial. I told you. Natural versus artificial.
The King of England we're discussing is a natural person on whom the crown descends by hereditary right as real estate does.
As what? As real estate does. It passes down by hereditary right. The blessings of God come down as a dove. Hereditary right. Grace. You got grace all the way up until the return of the King. You have no excuse. Your grace is a period. Period.
Here is to come to us by descent and distribution.
Look how they did.
Okay, it descends upon the air.
It descends upon the air. They take it descends upon them, and they distribute it to their people. Didn't they just distribute it to Ukraine? Mexico? Palestine? This one? Israel? In that one. Distribution. And the children from those places are here in America as white people and black people. Come on.
You don't choose it. It just comes to you. It's yours.
It's yours.
Descends
It descends because you're special.
I drop it on you. Fall.
Just like the crown. Just like the crown, just like the natural phase of how God crowns his king, his son. They just duplicated it. They're just passing the crown to each other in a rotating door. But you, like I said, you would miss the crowning of the king if you were in the federal system in the day. You would miss a coronavirus, which was the crown. You know what a virus is, right? Why would it be a crown virus? It's a problem.
Falls upon you.
It devolves upon
We got to
you.
try to keep this simple. On page 56, Mr. Baldwin says, in other respects, the great features of both governments are the same. Both established by the people of the estates, E-S-T-A-T-E-S, of one, the states of the other. Each state or estate represented by their representatives in distinct bodies.
Look, distinct bodies. Look.
Okay. Estates and state.
Look.
Could the state of California be the estate of California?
Sure.
Absolutely. Now we are going to stop and we're going to look for a definition of a state. A state, in Noah Webster's Dictionary of 1829, number 1, in a general sense, fixedness, a fixed condition, now generally written and pronounced S-T-A-T-E.
A what?
Okay. Estates and state.
Now watch how one deals with real estate and the other one deals with your fucking mind. A state of being.
Could the state of California be the estate of California?
Sure.
Absolutely. Now we are going to stop and we're going to look for a definition of a state. A state, in Noah Webster's Dictionary of 1829, number 1, in a general sense, fixedness, a fixed condition, now generally written and pronounced S-T-A-T-E. And number 6, the general business or interest of government, hence a political body, a commonwealth, a republic. But in this sense, we now use S-T-A-T-E.
A republic.
So here we have 13 colonies who are going to be, who are 13 estates.
And we know there's 12 colonies. And we know there's 12 tribes. Okay, think about it. Tyrone Crockett, why are we pressing 0 in the chat room? Why? Sweetie!
Creating a document of estates, for the people of the estates. And when I say the word state from now on, it is going to mean to you estate.
What is it?
Even if it's a capital S as compared to a small s, because there are separate estates. In reality, I perceive the capital S state to be a corporate function in Mortmain. Perceived. Oh, now we can go back. Okay. Okay, page 58, we go into the estates again. And Mr. Baldwin gets he goes into the estates of England, who they were, what their function was. And down at the marked section, the lords represented the two estates of the nobility and clergy. Okay? Page 58. They sat in their own right, representing themselves and property as two estates or states of the nation or realm, wholly distinct from the third estate or state. That estate was the whole body of the people, represented in the convention of the commons. As there was no king, there could be no parliament or house of commons
Boom.
in any other capacity than in convention. Pardon me. This was at the time when the throne was abdicated. Life went on as normal. In England, the representatives still met. They still passed laws. They did everything they were supposed to do until the crown was placed upon another body, human entity. So at this point in our...
You see it, right?
This was at the time when the throne was abdicated. Life went on as normal.
Other than the missing black people. Other than the missing people.
In England, the representatives still met. They still passed laws. They did everything they were supposed to do until the crown was placed upon another body, human entity. So at this point in our time, you can guarantee that our crown has been abdicated, or they are trying to abdicate the throne by getting rid of the sovereign state citizens as we know them.
What happened to them?
And making everybody into a United States citizen who has no inherent power. The state citizen has it, not the United States citizen. So how do you gain the power? You get rid of the state citizen. This is genocide.
Not like this. Not like this.
This is genocide. This is going to be genocide. You have to get rid of the state citizen. They are the children of this state. They are the right. They have birthright. We have to get rid of them. How? Uproot them. That's how. Shoot them and hang them and burn them. That's how. Genocide them. You know what genocide is? Holocaust. Put them in the furnace. You know what that is. See how easy it came out of their lips? Well, I went and studied it and found your Holocaust. Press 1. I found the Holocaust, the biggest Holocaust on the planet. I found it. It's your Holocaust right here in America while this is going on. J.P. Morgan, Carnegie, the United States of America, and its citizens are guilty. All of the banks robbed. This is all documented. I just didn't know it was a genocide. And that's what this is about. You got to die for them to live. It just wasn't they took your name, put it on the dolls, and Walter Plecker and Marcus Garvey and went home. No, that's still in play. Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood, is still here. The federal system that's been locking up our brothers is still here. The propaganda used to divide the family is still here. In fact, you're numb to it. You've accustomed to it. You've learned how to maneuver in it. But you're still in the womb. And to become a man, you got to speak. And you got to speak with authority that you want to free yourself. You like it's against all odds. You the last motherfucking breathing person in your family. You gotta speak. You speaking for your family. Y'all speak for the homie. Y'all speak for people who don't deserve it. You won't speak for your name. You won't speak for God. You won't speak for your son's inheritance, your daughter's future. Then don't complain. Just go down with the ship. Don't fight back. Euthanasia, nigga. Just take it and phase on out. Fade to black, like Jay-Z said. Don't even put up a fucking argument. Don't even ask why, like Jadakiss. Don't ask nothing. Just live, pretend you care, fake it. Get a little pussy here and there by little low vibrational broads just like yourself. All bumping heads. Press one. And then when you have a child, how you going to explain to them how you've sentenced them to death when it's time to fight? How you going to teach them how to fight? You're going to teach them how to catch a fade in the LA County Jail, but you're not going to teach them how to articulate himself right into freedom. Every freedom slave book man that ever was in a fake history said they all started by reading books and law books. How you think you just gonna not read? You gotta do it so you can feel it and hear it inside of you. So I can't do that for you. I can only do so much. You can't see what's in my mind and my heart, what I'm fighting for, and I can't see you. But you know that I'm speaking the best that I can. Facts. And it ain't no give us free. It ain't that. That ain't gonna get it. Give us free. That's not how you become a man. That's how y'all sound. I'm gonna try this. Give us free. It's like Amistad. Hell no. You gotta articulate your words properly. You gotta know what you mean legally. You don't want to be sitting in penitentiary 30, 40 years to go to the jail law book library to find out how to beat your case when you shouldn't even have no damn case. You shouldn't even be on nothing like that. You can learn law way before there. Dirk and them about to find out what law is and justice. They all finding out. Well, don't wait till it's too late. Don't wait till law and justice is looking for you. You're going to end up by that tree.
This is absolute genocide.
13th and 14th Amendments, genocide. 13th and 14th Amendments for the black man is genocide.
The sovereign state citizens,
This is where you
as
take
we
it
know
from.
them, and making everybody into a United States citizen who has no inherent power.
So that everybody
The
else
state
can live.
citizen has it, not the United States citizen.
They have no jurisdiction over the state citizen. Nor do they want what comes with. I told you, messing with state citizens, God will destroy your whole system. Man, y'all thought I was playing. For me, you trying to make me afraid? Oh, no, I'm going to show you something. Yeah, those laws don't have jurisdiction over these laws, and these laws don't have jurisdiction over that law over there, and zoom, zooms, and wham, wham. How did you get to the supreme level when you've been cut off, my Moorish brother, my sovereign state citizen? You. How you gonna have a pact with the king and a pact with the devil? It's not happening, my crescent moon worshiper, Eastern Star members. Sorry for your luck. It's not happening.
So how do you gain the power? You get rid of the state citizen. This is genocide.
Facts.
This is absolute genocide.
Absolute. Guaranteed.
Now you can all say they're genociding me, and you know that they are.
Yeah, see? And you know they are, and they have.
They have.
Yeah.
Whoever they are.
You.
we're going to come to find out that you yourself is genociding yourself.
Jesus. Because you're living under them. Now it's necromancy.
Or have genocided yourself.
Yeah, how you have genocided yourself and you still here. Do I make sense to my audience? That's all I'm saying. KevRow. You never had a friend like me. Never. Never in your wildest dreams you gonna meet somebody like Kev who gonna be able to break this down in a way that you can understand it. Because you gotta have the right spectrum. You gotta have the right perspective to even begin to understand it. I'm just glad y'all here.
But you were forced to.
Look, preamble state is done by the application for a social security number and claiming U.S. citizenship. Now all of them, all foreigners are under this. This is why I say I don't have to do nothing. Y'all have to do stuff because y'all all social security number and claiming U.S. citizenship. I don't need the United States government, federal government, to tell me how to make some money to sustain my living, bro. I'm sorry, but I'm a man first. I mean, my dad sold watermelons before the Mexicans got here on the street by the freeway, peanuts and shit. While driving trucks across America. Shout out to my man, B from Texas, who will be in New Jersey today. Everybody wish B, he's listening probably. And shout out to you, bro, for taking a risk, taking a bet on yourself, and seeing the world for what it is and getting out there and becoming. You do not want to become. This is easy. This is easy. Truck driving and all these great jobs that's out here for brothers that don't want to do nothing. It's an honor that he even took me up on that. Because I did the same thing for my neighbors. And none of them didn't. They said they didn't want to get hurt. They were scared to work. Man, my man be making it look like he should have been doing this his whole life. Press 1. Okay, so if you applying for this, this is where you are. This is where your jurisdiction. This is why the federal government. This is why you're dead you're stillborn or born in a perilous state because of this.
To have this estate has either become illegal or it is null and void.
Look, children who are legally unable to enter into any contracts are subject to this unknowingly by their parents. Are you a minor? Yes.
Have.
Who has parents patriate
Whoever
over
they
you?
are.
The state.
We're going to come to find out that you yourself is genociding yourself or have genocided yourself. But you were forced to. To have this estate has either become illegal or it is null and void.
To have this estate is illegal and are null and void. Oh, that sounds like music to your ears. Huh, Epic Studies. We was just talking about it. We said that in class. You said that in class.
According to law.
According
Not
to
moral law, but according to written law.
According to written law.
Now, okay, do we all get what an estate is as far as, superficially that we're discussing estates? Okay, and we all agree that we have an estate. Now we're going to find out what an estate is and what it looks like.
You see why they got to fight for the Constitution? Because they're fighting for their liberty, for their piece of estate. You becoming alive, they have to fight against that. Because that's the end of the world. That's the Statue of Liberty going into subversion, into submerged. And you're coming into life. Your awakening is the end of the world. Your coming to life is speeding up that process. You're either living or you dead.
We're going to go
or you want to live. You either want to live or you want to stay dead.
To an introduction to the law of real property.
Look.
This is an excellent little book. This is the little book. It's a little book. It's lovely. It's beautiful. Cornelius J. Moynihan. Now, what does an estate look like? What is an estate? Page 28, Chapter 2, Freehold Estates. Sounds good to me. Freehold, holding it freely. It's free. And you will go to the underline and mark spots. Okay, and we're okay. The word estate is a feudal origin and is derived from the Latin word status.
Ah.
Please send us your Social Security number so we might know your status.
Ooh, this is really the study of how the Nazis won the war. Status.
What your estate is.
Estate means estate. Estate means state. State means estate. Your legal status is the estate that belongs to you through descent or by purchase. But you being the 13th and 14th Amendment, you always got to start over. Your mama ain't got nothing. Your daddy don't got nothing. And that's the pivotal point you start from. You got me? Universe 25. They clone Tyrone niggas. So when you come into this world and your parents have nothing, they wasn't inherited nothing. You more than likely you're not going to have the confidence to sustain yourself. It's like everybody else gets a training wheel set with booster pack on their bicycle, and you ain't even got your rollerblades is missing wheels and shit. You got one wheel on your rollerblade. It's not fair from the inception because it made me dead or black in law. And we are what? We are the people from great people. We are the children of great people, great-grandchildren of great people here in the Americas. Way before first, second, and third generation, people came over here, all nations. They genocided us out of history and made themselves Indians. That's why I be tripping off of Dane Calloway. How y'all saying y'all Indians? Indians is the product of the East Indian Company ship. Why would you say? Why are y'all calling y'all? But then I had to know the German. Well, fat, little diabetic, piece of lard. Press one. And why this guy over here? I got to attack him. I got to go in. You know, I'm going to let them boys know. We got the supreme truth right here. You too. We got supreme truth in how they did it with proper understanding. Simple too. So I don't got to play sad Indian flute music to convince your mind that I'm soothing enough. I don't care. I'm coming straight with the facts. And everything on here you can research freehold estates right on the screen. Democrat kids don't take no notes. That's the problem. You don't want to be a Democrat kid. They don't take notes.
It speaks to us of time when...
So if your estate ain't coming by way of, none of us had nothing to send, and we didn't purchase no estate. So where is it? Other people got it. They just let a bunch of people come under the border. A bunch of Indians, Hindus, Mexican, Spain, Portuguese, Jews, and Gentile. All of them coming right up in here because you were ignorant. That's why. You're ignorant. You still in the 13th to 14th. You don't have an estate being passed. So what we going to do with all this? Give it to them.
Land.
Because they asking for reparations. From what? From the time we put them in slavery. We ain't put them no goddamn. We ain't bring them. I know. But they believe it. You ain't bring them goddamn people from no damn Africa. These people, shh. Long as they believe they from Africa and we was whooping their ass, keeps them subservient and lost. As long as they keep asking for reparation, how does reparation play out through descent? See, then you're gonna have the separation begins. You see, you got a lot of blacks claiming to be you, and they not. You see, you got a lot of Africans and people from foreign lands claiming to be people of George. And they're not. They're traitors to the king, friends of the devil. So you can tell them by their spiritual practice. They're Phoenicians and Canaanites, and they logo is the crescent moon, press one, and the eastern star, and they are against Christ. They got all these philosophies of ways for you to be dead in law. They only need you dead. It's the philosophy of death, one mic. Everything is dead in mushrooms. Everything is special thing. They think they got superpower. They been in the middle of a storm doing kung fu tricks, talking about they making the world move. They ain't did nothing. They need to go get a job. Press one. They need to know this. When you start knowing this, you see how incompetent they really are. Do you understand me, Ali? You know this. You'll see, I don't ever want to be incompetent. Oh, hell no. You're going to try at your next speeding ticket. When you show up to court, you're going to say, I want to represent myself because you ain't going to jail. So just represent yourself. Play with them things. Hell no, I got it right here. Sir, do you got a radar certificate? See, Judge, I won. He ain't even got he's not even certified. Win by defect. Y'all ain't doing nothing. Practice. Same way y'all be practicing them hellish ass Harry Potter spiritual beliefs and love spells. Practice. Take your ass to court. Next time you get a ticket, defend yourself. You're not going to jail. Press one. You just scared. You're not going to jail. You just scary.
Handholding was inseparably connected with a man's political and personal status in the community. I say that it is still connected.
Very much absolutely.
The next paragraph. The estate in fee simple is of potentially infinite duration.
That is forever. You hear that, Ali? How long is that? And when you get done with all the forevers, then, amen, champion. Then, amen. You feel me? You feel me? That's why that's my king. Because it's written already.
A life estate or estate for years is a finite duration. Life estate, freehold, fee simple.
And they did it, they doing it.
Okay.
She's showing you how
These
they
are
did
two
it.
different types of estates.
With the Constitution.
We
I'm
have
sorry,
the
I'm sorry y'all for talking.
Fee simple absolute is one type. Life estate is another.
There it is.
On
look.
the other page, an estate in fee simple was and still is the largest estate known to law. It donates the maximum of legal ownership, the greatest possible aggregate of rights, powers, privileges, and immunities which a person may have in land.
So I don't know why you looking at them people in Dubai when the real heir descends and he shall have all the power in real estate on earth. Why you think the Pope says he's the vicar of Christ? He's the stand-in and tail. And who holds everything? The Pope. For who? And for what? Their belief is they got to sin enough to get to heaven. I think they've been doing pretty good. I think they've been doing pretty good. They did enough sin because it's time. If I know this and I'm a little bit right, listen to what I'm saying. I'm from 10th Ave in Hyde Park. I ain't graduated no school. If I'm a little bit right, a little bit, and we right, nigga, we won. If I'm a little bit right, you bet the house on the kid, bro. I'm like Floyd Mayweather out here. You put your whole estate on Mr. Gillespie. We got it. If I'm a little bit right, boy, I better be more wrong than ever right now. But I know I'm right. And she's validating it.
Now, when it comes to your rights, okay, when it says may have in land, all of your rights as a human being attached to the land
Yes.
or the estate you are in possession of.
So when God breathed his air into you, into his world, into his garden, hold up. You attached to the land. Remember I told you that? He breathed. He made you out the dust of the land. This is written, bro. You just didn't know it was this land. You didn't know it was in his world, in this stuff. He made you out. We don't follow them laws. I'm not no Canaanite, no Phoenician. I'm not Baal worshiper. I'm not with Nimrod. I'm not with none of y'all princes of the air or the sea. God made this for us. And we got dominion over all the land. Duh. You understand? That's how good I believe in God. Duh. That's what when I say God, that's what I mean. And I don't believe in God in 3 words, in one sentence. No, it's too much.
Okay? You might not own any land, but there is an estate and your rights attach.
That's why. That's how they got in. But you would own the land. Your forefathers still own the land. Because everything they've been doing for the last 150, 200 years has been voided out. We're still under these laws. Y'all do know that. Time passed, not the law. Only time passed. The law still, you're still under the laws of the founding fathers, chap. Remember that. You're still in a republic.
To that particular estate. This estate here was a fee simple absolute. Is a fee simple absolute.
Think of it like they're trying to change the estate out of your hands and they have to get it in theirs without nobody noticing. That's what happened. And if everybody worked together, we will all not notice that all these black people are now missing. What happened to them? I don't know. What about all this great stuff we have here? Oh, we'll just say these are world fairs and we built them in a week. Press 1.
Okay. Littleton, in his famous treatise of tenures written in the 15th century, began his book by defining the estate thus. Tenant in fee simple is he which hath lands or tenements to hold to him and his heirs forever.
Forever. Don't that sound familiar? Let me tell you something. When George Washington died, they put him in a tomb for 3 days because they thought they tried to kill him so he wouldn't die smothered. So they kept him in the tomb for 3 days. Do these things sound familiar? They better start. Okay.
This definition is still valid.
It's still what?
Now, do you notice
Valid.
right there where it says to hold to him and his heirs forever? This is very important. Just those words. Okay? To him and his heirs forever.
So you really, in allegory, Jesus, the Son of God, came, God set the foundation. Out the allegory in law, George Washington founded the nation under the foundation, the rules of the Bible of God, and the heir is coming by way of him. Whoever it is going to be a direct sovereign of the first one. Because the Bible say, the first shall be the last, Jimmy. For sure. For sure. There's going to be a direct lineage to the founding fathers. How would America feel if the founding fathers were all African Americans? They will know what they've done. But God don't need them for them to expose that to you. This is the perfect lineup on earth. The crunch is on. The heat is on. You gon' tell the truth. Because at the end of the story, you're going to be a liar. You're a son of Lucifer, of perdition, of the devil, of who killed Adam? I mean, who killed Cain? You're going to lose, champion. The truth is at your front doorstep. And it's loud. It screams aloud in the metaverse, don't it? Huntad. People hear me in the land of the dead all the way around the meta. For sure, for sure. They be pretending. But this shit potent. This is the best opioid you could ever get right here. Press
On the next page, you will see the statute of uses.
Look, this is how everybody they can use the statute of uses. Look.
Brought into our line of thought and estate. And down at the bottom, you'll see that the law of real property of today is result of the application of both common law and equitable doctrines, and it was by means of this institution of uses that equity came into contact with the land law. Now we have, it's melding, okay, it's coming together. The statute of uses creating a trust now connects to the land, okay, it comes together. The beneficial enjoyment, like I said, the trust was for your use. A trust is for your use, your beneficial enjoyment. Your enjoyment, period. On page 219, let's skip that page. We'll go to the survey of law of property. Okay? Because this is where we're going to see the trust or the estate in the preamble.
Check it. This is the only thing we looking for. We're not looking for the gods of Egypt. We're not looking for fairy tales of reincarnation. None of the worldly stuff. We're looking for these things in these books to get free. Because the codes is out here. We got a large piece of the puzzle already ready to go. But who knows what you discovered, Taj? Who knows what Aliware brings? I don't know. Shiva brings great shit. Amanda brings great shit. Force Glory brings great. Royal Purple. Benjamin, who knows what the fuck you as an individual add to this great revelation? I call it. This is the best time to be alive. Hold up. Somebody said, they hear you in the land before time, Kev. They hear me way back there in the down time immemorial, huh? Facts, the dinosaurs here, nigga. Sheesh.
And I wish this was a little clearer copy for you. I must apologize. Down in the paragraph that I start underlining, now in law, when you have an object to convey, they don't use the person's name, okay? It's
what they do?
A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z represent a person.
Huh? We don't use a name because X, Y, Z. Press 1. So science, X, Y, Z is all representation of nonsense. You just don't use it. Why? Because if we name the air, he can take everything from us. If an air is named, for instance, if a black Messiah is made alive, proving the point, he can take, he's the prophecy because everybody's dead. It's the one who endures that is made alive, that the whole world in Christianity should be made. He conquered death, but you already gave it to somebody, didn't they? Facts. So if they gave it to him, you would think, but if Jesus came and he died and resurrected, would you be dead today? No. If Jesus died and conquered death, would you be dead today? No. So they took the prophecy and created a time immemorial allegory religion out of Greek gods that ran simultaneously with Scripture. You get it? I told you, Jesus was what? The serpent from the beginning. That's how he knew what you did. And God came, did what? Walking over. Where is my son? Where's Adam and where's Eve? Like he didn't know where you was. You don't know that serpent over there is his, and you got a problem. God is the one who made the Satan even acknowledge Job. Consider Job. You want to put somebody through something? You want to test and try somebody? Well, consider this piece I got right here. This is Job. Now, Job doesn't blaspheme my name for nothing. I bet I can do it, is what Satan was up to. Because you give him everything. So God took everything away from him that he gave him. So don't be, you lost everything is a punishment. What Todd tell Kev, consider it all a loss. Consider it a loss. I'll never turn my back on my father. Ever. When we all fall short and we all do things, but just blasphemous and just outright rebellious. No, I'm about self-correction. I'm about having that foundation, and even self-correction don't get it. Sometimes you got to go, a lot of times you got to go straight to prayer, straight to God, because you don't know. Not that you can't bear, you don't know. You need that. You don't know. You don't know if you're on the right track, but I know now I'm on the right track. The right track.
Human being black acre or white acre or green acre, some sort of acre, represents the object they are conveying. Okay? So if I say A conveys black acre to B, I'm A, you're B. This is black acre. Okay, now we know that we're talking about people, who I am, who you are, and what I convey. A conveys. So in the paragraph below, okay, we're conveying a fee simple absolute in this paragraph. It was an estate in fee simple.
Look how she wrote. Her notes is right there. Her notes is right there.
Which is the largest estate known to law. It donates the maximum of legal ownership, the greatest possible aggregate of rights, privileges, and powers and immunities. Again, we have said we go to rights. Okay, we're conveying rights.
Right.
Everything is in the estate.
Yes. Yes. So convey it over to us so that they might live.
Privileges, powers, and immunities which a person may have in land. Again, it attaches to the land.
And you wonder how the church ended up with all of y'all land in America. How the church and as the corporation and the oil tycoons did this.
It is not separate from. It is of potentially infinite duration. By the year 1250, the words "and his heirs" had become the only ones by which a fee simple could be conveyed.
Huh? It's the only way. You think you like putting in, like, oh, you want more. This whole system is ran on, it's all automated too. It's automated. I used to think somebody was back there controlling. It's automated. By the year, what? 1250. I already told you they included, they put the 1 there. That's 1,000 years. 250. Two, 5. No. They were saying, Kev, they think they're in the year 2000, in the year 200. they think the one in front of the numbers is the thousands of years. It's not. It's not.
The word be and his heirs meant be in fee simple without any qualification whatsoever.
Whatsoever.
But the words be and fee simple used in a deed would give be only a life estate. Okay? The words in the deed had to be and his heirs. The words and his heirs used in a deed were construed as words of limitation. Limitation? Say what? Wrong. That is, they describe the quantum or size of the estate transferred to be. The size. It wasn't a restriction, a limitation. It was not the restriction. It was the size.
It was the magnitude. That's why the G needs to be contained. You get it? Because the magnitude or the Magna Carta of the estate, the magnitude of the charter is so big, he doesn't need experience. This is not nothing you don't give this person a certificate for this. He's born in it. He's already in it. This isn't like coming back to America with Eddie Murphy, where he gets to play the poor person who the trustees presents as the rich guy for. No. This is you take that and give it to him. This isn't you have control over him. Again, there's no trust in the trustees anyway. So that's been there, but you don't have the authority to stop that. Which will be the coming of what? Exactly. They don't have the spiritual, moral authority, jurisdiction to stop the coming of the Lord. Or the Messiah coming down the line. Or the reestablishment. Or when I say reclassification, that's just what I mean. I don't mean there's a dolls you about to get returned. No. This is all about the coming of the Lord. When I say reclassification over entertainment, there's no asking. God is not asking. What was done to our people was they didn't ask you. Okay.
Size of the estate. Strange as it may seem, the word limitation is contrary to what you think it should be. It's the size.
Are those subject to the jurisdiction of the Congress and the 14th Amendment in the state law? Which mean 14th Amendment, 13th takes you out, 14th made you dead in law. Somebody has to rise above the 14th. Damn, wake up.
Limitation indicate what is taken. Words of
you got to come out of the 14th. You have to come out of the 14th to live.
Indicate the grantees or persons who take it. We must be very clear. Okay, when you name somebody, now we are saying something about words of purchase.
See?
Okay, if I were to say A conveys Blackacre to B and his heirs and his son John, we just limited the size of the estate. We made it smaller. When you name the heir, it lessens it. That is why the heir is not mentioned in the preamble.
Okay? It lessens it. Why? Because they're in opposition. They're on the other side. Now, on the other side, on the republic, naming the heir will adjudicate all power unto him. It'll lessen their estate. Don't you get it? The heir lessens their estate. Why? Because it's not theirs. It's the heirs. And if it's not Air Jordan, the heir, it's his. Your whole liberty, your form of government is all based on keeping the heir out of position. The heir coming down the line is the end of the world. It bestows all power and kingship unto him. That's Christ. That's glory. That's the promise. You know why it's him? Because he is the same one that was crucified. That's why. And he will know all this because his knowledge is going to speak for itself. That's the one. That's the promise. Yes, he is. How do you know? Like Jesus said, the sheep follow his what? Okay. They will know who he is. By what? What are you saying? Fact check. And he's going to be the best freestyler. No fact check needed. You're going to be able to just get on your computer, fact check it. Because you know why it's him? Because he paid the cost. He died and conquered sin and was reborn. That's why. When you believe in things that your ass don't understand, nigga, press one. That's the promise of the Lord. I don't know what Jesus y'all see. I don't know what y'all see. I don't know what y'all worship. The promise of God is that the heir is coming down. And he's coming from God. The spirit in him is of his Father. That's why. That's why. Hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. And they got it right there, his voice. They're going to be able to understand him. He understands them. He will take complex matters in history and demonstrate them in a way that no other man can do it. They ain't never seen it. That's why. And so while you imagining time immemorial, you're going to miss it in real life.
We the people, A, convey Blackacre for a more perfect union, establish justice to ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty. This is Blackacre. This is the estate. It is the estate.
What's a lie, Chris? What's a lie? 424-209-9506. Call it in. Call it in. Mr. It's not in the book. Mr. It's not in the book. I just like to give people like Chris V a chance. Let's see if he can muster up anything. Since he's in complete disagreement with me. What is the contrary? Sir, Chris, step up to the plate, Chris. Don't be a coward, Chris. 424-209-9506. Don't run, Chris. Say something. Speak. It's easy to type. It's easy to type. You know how I know? Because I type over 80 words a minute. That's why. That's why, Chris. That's easy. Speaking is the hard part. And you say what? Nah, we're not doing that anymore. You got to go. Sorry, Chris. You got to go. There's a lot of y'all who just in complete... Chris, nobody cares about you. So what? So what, Chris? You're not in my class. You don't belong here. I don't know you. And since I'm a liar, just stay away from me. That's all that means. I've been on the internet doing this a long time. If I'm a liar, then there should be something you can take from my freestyling self and say, see, there it is. But you can't, Chris. You know why? You don't have any balls, Chris. And when you don't have balls and you a man, Chris, you've been castrated. Press one. So you can't even battle women. The women in my chat room will destroy you, boy. You hear me? The women rule over you, boy. You hear me? They rule over you. The kids rule over you, boy. You hear me, Chris? I'm tearing you a new one. You know why? You know why? Because there ain't nothing you can do about it. You taking this verbiage, this verbal thrashing. That's why. Ain't nothing you can do. I'm not gonna sit up here and lip wrestle and go back and forth. There's no back and forth. I'm a man and you a castrated male. You castrated yourself. I'm a man. You understand? And and they don't have no jurisdiction over me. And you are a coward and afraid to stand up. So what do? You stand up in my class and try to convince my students that I'm lying. Even though they don't give a damn about you, I'm still going to make a way for you to speak. Christopher, 424-209-9506. I want to hear how you articulate yourself as a man. And then I want to know what woman is next to you who puts up. Oh, there is none. They're all here. No, because you can't leave women nowhere. You know why? Because women, you don't like women, Chris. You like your chakras raised, Chris. Do something. Look at me, destroy you on this internet. You ain't got no balls, Chris. You hold balls in your jaws, Chris. I'm a man, Chris. That's why I can speak like this. I don't got to talk about rap shit over here. I'm over here teaching my truth. That's what it's about. Mine, okay?
A conveys Blackacre to B and his heirs. Right there is the estate. Do you see it? Do you get it? Mm-hmm. A.
KevRow University, you on the air. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's Thomas from North Carolina.
What up, man?
How you doing? I pulled up the Catholic Encyclopedia about Mortmain,
Yes, sir.
and I pulled up Magna Carta PDF and
Okay.
the 14th Amendment
Okay.
PDF, right? So I wanted to read something about under Mortmain.
Go ahead.
It says, these associations of many individuals united into one body under a special denomination having perpetual succession under an artificial form, a practical treatise on law of Mortmain, Philadelphia, 1842, had become established for purposes which, in respect to any property they were allowed to acquire or retain, implied an ownership free from the vicissitudes and limited duration of ownership by natural persons. The Catholic Church had been recognized since the time of Emperor Constantine in the countries which adapted the feudal system
That's right.
as possessing a legal personality and capacity to take and acquire property. And limit Hans versus Rome Catholic Church. United States Supreme Court report, feudalism recognized not only the church but its religious community as spiritual corporations. Such a community has been taught to be appropriately described to be gens, eterna, edom, perpetual, perpanus, quasi, and ea nemo, uniquam moritur, an everlasting body continuing perpetual, the same as if in it no one may ever die. The communities might consist of men, each of whom was deemed because of his vow civilly dead. But the communities themselves, very religious people of religion, gens de main mort, the law attributed a perpetual existence and perpetual ownership of property. English law admitting the corporate existence of associations, which were corporations, aggregate, and also allowing such an artificial existence in an official individual, considering not only the king, but each bishop, parson, and vicar as a corporation soul, as such might be a chantry priest to whom land had been given by its owner, subject to a perpetual service, a chanted parley. Yes, sir. One second, Kev.
You all right? You all right?
It's probably 12.
Forrest Glory said Nemo means nobody. Shit.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. So it also says corporate ownership of land, however, by subjects of the realm was repugnant to refutal theory. According to this theory, in all land, the subject was deemed to have been acquired immediately by grant of the king. Of the land directly acquired from the king, the person to whom the grant or fiatment was made, the fiat held a tenant in the caput of the crown. If the tenant in the caput made a fiatment, he became immediate lord of his fiat, and as to the king, a immediate lord, and thus from success fiatment there might result a long succession of lords. Mediate and immediate, the king became ultimate lord of all land in the kingdom, which was held by feudal tenure. A freeman who became a landowner was bound in many instances to render military service to his immediate lord and liable to forfeit the land for crime.
Damn.
Should he die without a proper heir, the land cheated. If he left a male heir underage, the lord was entitled to his guardianship. In the case of a female heir, the lord was entitled to her disposal in marriage.
So they married the heirs, but then they maintained guardianship over the male. So they kept them in a minor state and took their women.
Yeah, and when it says that, I'm thinking of the 1890 Guardians and Wards Act.
Oh, of course. Oh my goodness, I remember this. Go ahead.
It says the Magna Carta of King Henry III, afterwards repealed as to this provision by implication, prohibited the giving or selling by a freeman of so much of his land as the unsold residue be insufficient to render to the lord of the fee the services due to him. Feudal theory, therefore, favor ownership of the land by some natural persons liable to death and capable of committing crime, or according to the Norman expression. One second, Kev. I just got to drive around this building.
Take your time, champ. Take your time. Very valuable information. Very valuable. That's why I said I want to stay right here in this sphere. I love the science. I love the different breakdowns. I love it all, but never forget the foundation and what we're actually trying to get out of. That's the dead state and the living state. So shout out to everybody working tirelessly for all of this info. Shout out to y'all.
I was trying to hurry up and get my drop so I could read some of this. I didn't want you to go off the air.
You felt it. You felt it coming.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Nigga stomach start
But
growling.
you
I can eat a cheese sandwich or something, man. My stomach start growling. I'll be waking up so early. Go ahead, champ.
You asked a question about how do we get out of this early in the show. I saw this thing when I was like doing some research, and it was a company called Palisades. And when I looked up Palisades, it was related to the Red Cross and the hospital. And then I found another company called PERC. It's kind of like PERC. And when I looked through it, it basically kind of said the same thing that you said. Basically, like, to get out of this, basically you have to set up a meeting with the board, and the board basically give you a competency test.
Yes.
I hadn't really looked back into it, but
yes.
That crossed my mind when you asked that question earlier.
They want to make sure you're competent.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna get back to reading this.
See, that's the thing. People are so afraid of this word Illuminati and these different things. You got to understand, you on Shutter Island, and you have to show yourself approved here. Go ahead, champ.
All right. Give me 2 seconds here.
My man said, "Yeah, you gotta do it. You gotta show yourself as competent. You can speak. You know what you're talking about to some degree. You have intelligence. You're not dead. You're fighting for your life, like R. Kelly said."
Oh yeah.
Let me know when you're ready, champ.
I'm almost done. I'm done now. Hold on 1 second. All right. It said the feudal theory therefore favored ownership of land by natural persons liable to death and capable of committing crime, or according to the Norman expression, home vivant, morant, et confiscant, Thornton versus Robin, Moore's Privy Council reports, an artificial being existing in contemplation of law, not competent to render military services, incapable of crime, and not subject to death, was thus not possessed of the attributes which, according to the feudal polity, became a landowner. In France, a custom arose of the gens D-main mortmain supplying as knight to fulfill the services of feudal vassal. As early, however, as 1159, this custom began to be superseded by chartis de-amortissement, and these licenses became in the course of time an important fiscal resource of the crown. Of the conferring of relief from feudal obligations, a notable instance was the exemption given in 1156 by Frederick Barbarossa to the ducals of Austria from all services except almost nominally military service. Land held by individuals free from feudal liabilities was designated as allodial or a fief, says DIEU, or in Germany as Sonnenlehen. It's Sonnenlehen. It says a third of the value of property is said to have been sometimes the price of its amortizement. Litry. It says definitionary language. Paris, 1889. William the Conqueror sought to promote in England holding of land by feudal tenure. That allodial holdings were known in England at the time of the conquest seems quite possible. See La Grande Encyclopedia, S.V. Alou, and many of the holders would doubtless consent to change the feudal tenure, which implied feudal protection. But there appears to have arisen a somewhat widespread repugnance of the part of landowners to hold land subject to the faith and homage which accorded with the law doctrines of Norman feudus. A method of escape was resorted to, which the Magna Carta of King Henry III indicates owners availed themselves of the property rights of religious communities in order to hold land under these communities. For to contraveyance of this kind of contraveyance of this kind of charter evidently alludes prohibiting the same land being given to and taken again from any religious house and forbidding any house of religion to take land under an agreement of returning it to its former owner. This early statute of mortmain applies only to actions by religious houses in the way of enabling lay owners to hold their land. The statute does not seem direct against the holding by the house of land in their own possession. The correctness of Sir William Blackstone surmised that even before the conquest, licenses in mortmain had become necessary among Saxons does not appear to be confirmed by this Magna Carta, nor in any general sense by the fact that the allusion of the Constitution of Clarendon, 1164, to mortmain was confined to avowed sons. Bid. The mortmain statute of Edward I, known as Statum de Viris Religious, Edward I, enacted in 1279 and so often referred to writers on English real property law, recites the religious men have entered into their own fees as well as into fees of other men, and that those services due in which at the beginning were provided for the defense of the realm are wrongfully withdrawn, and the escheat lost to the chief lord, duke, The Law of Charitable Uses, London, 1805.
Yeah,
The
because they
statute
will
thereupon
be
ordained.
against that. Totally.
Yes, sir. And looking over at the 14th Amendment, go to that. I pulled up the Amendment 14, rights guaranteed, privileges and immunity. It's a PDF, and it to make this short and sweet, it's basically describing what I found is the law of intestacy, where the foreigners and aliens, they do all these number of things through canon law to keep us from our birthrights and our inheritance.
Yes.
And
you must keep them dead. Meaning, like in remember Black Adam when they had him underwater submerged? They said that you gotta keep them underwater and submerged. That's dead. Under Canaan law, a black man under Canaan law is a dead man.
Yes.
Yes. So if you keeping a black man, if you keeping any man submerged in Canaan law, any sovereign, then he's a dead black man, and he's just dead. Any of us in Canaan law, following these Canaanites, we're dead.
Death square.
Death square.
So I wanted to read just a little bit of this at the top of the 14th Amendment.
Yes, sir.
It says, hold on a second. Wait, there's some railings on there. Oh, no, them just bars to block the freight. I move them. Yeah.
Damn, y'all.
All right. It says, of the 14th Amendment, set aside Dred Scott holding in the Senate declaratory of existing rights and affirmative of existing law, while clearly establishing a national rule on national citizenship and settling a controversy of long standing with regard to derivation of national citizenship. The 14th Amendment did not obliterate the distinction between national and state citizenship, but rather preserved it. The court has accorded the first sentence of a construction and ordinance with the congressional intentions, holding that a child born in the United States, Chinese parents who themselves were ineligible to be naturalized, is nevertheless a citizen of the United States entitled to all the rights and privileges of citizenship. Congress' intent in including the qualifying phrase and subject to jurisdiction thereof was apparently to exclude from the reach of the language children born of diplomatic representatives of a foreign state and children born of alien.
There they go.
And of alien enemies and hostile occupation, both recognize expectations to the common law rule of acquired citizenship by birth, as well as children of member of Indian tribes subject to tribal laws. The lower courts have generally held that the citizenship of the parents determines the citizenship of the children born on vessels in the United States territorial waters.
So if you dead, your kid's gonna be dead.
Yep. Yes, sir. Or on the high seas, it says in Afro Yim versus Rusk, a divided court extended the force of the first sentence beyond prior holdings, ruling that it withdrew from the government of the United States the power to expatriate United States citizens against their will for any reason.
That's what they were doing.
The amendment can most reasonably be read as defined a citizenship which a citizen keeps unless he voluntarily relinquishes it.
By becoming a
Once
more sovereign
acquired-
citizen and are a Muslim, put your X right here. Denounce who you are. Expatriate yourself. Go ahead.
Tricking us out our spot.
That's right. Because Abraham Lincoln said that they can be free if they just go to Africa. So they need to trick you big time. You think you got your sovereignty and your freedom from Abraham Lincoln when you got it from George Washington. Go ahead.
Okay, it says, once acquired, this 14th Amendment citizenship was not to be shifted, canceled, or diluted at the will of the federal government, the United States, or any other government unit. It is true that the chief interest of the people is giving permanence and security to the citizenship in the 14th Amendment was the desire to protect Negroes. This is an undeniable purpose of the 14th Amendment to make citizenship of Negroes permanent and secure would be to make citizenship of Negroes permanent and secure would be frustrated by holding that the government can rob a citizen of his citizenship without his consent by simply proceeding to act under an implied general power to regulate foreign affairs or some other power generally granted. In the subsequent decision, however, the court held that person who were statutorily naturalized by being born abroad of at least one American parent could not claim the protection of the first sentence.
That's right.
Of one, and that Congress could therefore impose a reasonable and non-arbitrary condition subsequent upon their continued retention of the United States citizenship. Between these two decisions, there is a tension which should call for further litigation efforts to explore the meaning of citizenship sentence of the 14th Amendment. Citizens of the United States within the meaning of this amendment must be natural and not artificial persons. A corporate body is not a citizen of the United States. And then that's when it goes into, it starts the chapter for privileges and immunity.
Only a dead man. Only a dead black man.
And so I also been pulling out the common law PDF.
So they need
right?
us as 14th Amendment citizen slave. For Negro, they need us. That's why you're Negro. Because it's Negro magic. That's why. They're calling you dead.
So when
they all vote for president, they're not voting for themselves. They're voting for you to be dead.
Correct.
Yes.
It's time to step back out of this voting and registering.
That's right. You see me?
Huh?
I said, you see me? I step totally back. Hold up. Hold up. Something great on the horizon. I see something great. No, I'm cool.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
cool.
Yes, sir.
y'all can
cool
have it. Y'all can y'all got it. That's how I'm looking at it. You got it. You had it this whole time.
So,
go ahead, finish it up.
So on the common law PDF, you got what they call the guaranteed clause. And the guaranteed clause is basically our rights are unalienable. So it makes sense when it says all of this is just basically null and void.
Yes.
And we need to be competent, and as you told us, we need to speak.
Yes. And let that be the heartbeat and the algorithm moving forward. Speaking.
Yes. sir.
You feel me? Because that's the only
So,
way is making it go from a small wave to a tidal wave. You know.
I guess I read the privileges and immunities. It says, unique among constitutional provisions, the privileges and immunities clause of the 14th Amendment enjoys the distinction of having been rendered a practical nullity by a single decision of Supreme Court issued within 5 years after its ratification. In the slaughterhouse cases, a bare majority of court frustrated the aims of the most aggressive sponsors of this clause, to whom attributed an intention to centralize in the hands of the federal government large power exercised by the states with a view to enabling business to develop and unimpeded by state interference. This expansion alteration of the federal system was to have been achieved by converting the rights of the citizens of each state as of the date of the adoption of the 14th Amendment into privileges and immunities
There it is.
of United States citizenship, and thereafter perpetuating this newly defined status quo through the judicial condemnation of any state law challenge as abridging any one of the latter privileges. To have fostered such intentions, the court declared would have been to transfer the security and protection of all civil rights to the federal government, to bring within the power of Congress the entire domain of civil rights heretofore belonging exclusively to the state, and to constitute this court a perpetual censor upon all legislation of the United States on the civil rights of their own citizens, with authority to nullify such as it did not approve as consistent with those rights, as they existed at the time of adoption of this amendment. The effect of so great a departure from structure and spirit of our institutions is to fetter and degrade the state government by subjecting them to the control of Congress and the exercise of powers heretofore universally conceded to them of most ordinary and fundamental character. We are convinced that no such results were intended by Congress nor by legislators which ratified this amendment, and that sole pervading purpose of this and other war amendments was the freedom of the slave race. Conformably to these conclusions, the court advised the New Orleans butchers that the Louisiana statute conferring on a single corporation a monopoly of business of slaughtering cattle abrogated no rights possessed by them as United States citizens, insofar as the law interfered with their claimed privilege of pursuing the lawful calling of butchering animals. The privilege thus terminated was merely one of those which belong to the citizens of the state as such. Privileges and immunities of state citizenship had been left to the state government for security and protection and had not placed by this clause under the special care of the federal government. The only privileges which the 14th Amendment protected against state encroachment were declared to be those which owe their existence to the federal government, its national character, its constitution, or its laws. These privileges, however, had been available to the United States citizen and protected from the state interference by operation of federal supremacy, even prior to the adoption of the 14th Amendment. The slaughterhouse cases therefore reduced the privileges and immunities clause to a fluid reiteration of a prohibition already operative against the states. Although the court has expressed a reluctance to attempt a definite enumeration of those privileges and immunities of United States citizens which are protected against state encroachment, it nevertheless felt obliged in slaughterhouse cases to suggest some which owe their existence to the federal government, its national character, its constitution, or its laws, among those which it then identified were the right of access to the seat of government and to the seaport, sub-treasuries, land officers, and court of justice in several states, the right to demand protection of the federal government on the high seas or abroad, the right of assembly, the privilege of habeas corpus, the right to use the navigable waters of the United States, and rights secured by treaty. In 20 versus New Jersey, the court recognized among the rights and privileges of the national citizenship to the right to pass freely from state to state, the right to petition Congress for a redress of grievances, the right to vote for national officers, the right to enter public lands, the right to be protected against violence while in lawful custody of a United States Marshal, and the right to inform the United States authorities of violations of its laws. Earlier in the decision, not mentioned in 20, the court had also acknowledged that the carrying on of interstate commerce is a right which every citizen of the United States is entitled to exercise. In modern times, the court has continued the minor role accorded to the clause, only occasionally manifesting a disposition to enlarge the restraint which it imposes upon state action. Colgate versus Harvey, which was overruled 5 years later, represented the first attempt by the court since adoption of the 14th Amendment to convert the privileges and immunities clauses into a source of protection of other than those interests growing out of the relationship between the citizen and the national government. Here, the court declared that the right of a citizen resident in one state to contract in another, to transact. Hold on one second. Here the court declared that the right of a citizen resident in one state to contract in another, to transact any lawful business, or to make a loan of money in any state or other than in which the citizen resides was a privilege of national citizenship, which was abridged by state income tax law, excluding from taxable income interest received on money loan within the state. In Hague versus CIO, 2 and perhaps 3 justices thought that the freedom to use municipal streets and parks for the dissemination of information concerning provisions of a federal statute and to assemble peacefully therein for discussions of the advantages and opportunities of fully therein for discussion of the advantages and opportunities of offered by such act was privilege and immunity of United States citizens. And in Edwards versus California, 4 justices were prepared to rely on the clause. In Oyama versus California, in a single sentence, the court agreed with the contention of a native-born use than a state alien land law applied to work a forfeiture of property purchased in his name with funds advanced by his parents. A Japanese alien ineligible for citizenship and precluded from owning land deprived him of his privileges as an American citizen.
Boom.
The right to acquire and retain property had previously not been set forth in any of the enumerations as one of the privileges against the state abridgment.
So they're just going against the law completely.
No breaks.
No breaks. Go ahead.
Although a federal statute enacted prior to the proposal and ratification of the 14th Amendment did confer on all citizens the same right to purchase and hold real property as white citizens enjoyed. In other respects, however, claim based on this clause has been rejected. Next is the due process of law and the development of sustainable due process. It says, although many years of ratification, the court ventured the not very informative observation that the 14th Amendment operates to extend the same protections against arbitrary state legislation affecting life, liberty, and property as is offered by the 15th Amendment, and that ordinarily in an act of Congress is valid under the 15th Amendment. It would be hard to say that a state law in the terms was void under the 14th. The significance of due process clause as a restraint on state action appears to have been grossly underestimated by litigants, no less than by the court in the years immediately following its adoption. From the outset of our constitutional history, due process of law as it occurs in the 15th Amendment has been recognized as a restraint upon government, but with the conspicuous exception of Dred Scott decision, only in the narrower sense that a legislator must provide due process for the enforcement of law. Thus, slaughterhouse cases in which the clause was invoked by a group of butchers challenging the validity of a Louisiana statute which conferred upon one corporation to the exclusive privileges of butchering cattle in New Orleans. The court declared that the prohibition against the deprivation of property has been in the Constitution since the adoption of the 15th Amendment. As a restraint upon the federal power, it is also to be found in some form of expression in the Constitution of nearly all the states. As a restraint upon the power of the state. We are not without judicial interpretation, therefore both state and national, of the meaning of this clause, and it's sufficient to say that under no construction of that provision that we have ever seen, or any that we deem admissible, can the restraint imposed by the state of Louisiana upon the exercise of their trade by butchers of New Orleans be held to be deprivation of property within the meaning of that provision. State legislation regulating the rate charged for transportation and warehousing of grain, rejecting contentions that such legislation affected an unconstitutional deprivation of property by preventing the owner from earning a reasonable compensation for its use by transferring to the public an interest in a private enterprise. Chief Justice Wade emphasized that the great office of statutes is to redeem. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. In a private enterprise, Chief Justice Wade emphasized that the great office of statutes is to remedy defects in common law as they are developed. We know that this power of great regulation may be abused, but that is no argument against its existence. For protection against abuses by a legislator, the people must resort to the polls, not the court.
Yeah. Hey, y'all just come on down there and hang out at Chuck E. Cheese and tell it to the big rat in the band back there. Go ahead.
They just point us in the wrong direction.
Don't go to the court. Just take it at the voting booth. Just vote for us. Go ahead, bro.
It's like the deploring such attempts nullified consistently in the preceding cases to convert the due process clause into a sustained restraint on the powers of the statutes. Justice Miller in Davidson versus New Orleans obliquely counseled against a departure from the conventional application of the clause. He acknowledged the difference. He acknowledged the difficulty of arriving at a precise, all-inclusive definition thereof. It is not a little remarkable, he observed, that while this provision has been in the Constitution of the United States as a restraint upon the authority of the federal government for nearly a century, and while during all that time the manner in which the powers of that government have been exercised has been watched with jealousy and subject to the most rigid criticism in all its branches. This special limitation upon its powers has rarely been invoked in the judicial forum or the more enlarged theater of public discussion.
They ain't never seen nothing like it ever, nigga. What? Oh, no. Oh, no, you got to invoke justice. Oh, yes. Go ahead, champion.
It says, but while it has been part of the Constitution as a but while it has been a part of the Constitution as a restraint upon the power of the states, only a very few years the docket of this court is crowded with cases in which we are asked to hold the state courts and state legislators have deprived their own citizens of life, liberty, or property without
Wait a minute.
due process
If we're
of
dead,
law.
you deprive me.
Yes, sir.
Of life, liberty, and what else?
Life, liberty, and property without
That's
due
right.
process of law.
That's right. Without what? Due process of what? Of law.
Law.
Damn, that feel good to say. Damn, brother.
It says there is here abundant evidence that there exists some strange misconceptions of the scope of this provision
That's
as
right.
found in 14th Amendment.
I should have been born in 1700s or something. I got an old soul.
Yeah, you do.
Lord have mercy.
But that was written too, though.
Does it look like we getting to the source? If we found the source, actually, this may be the legal standing in which we were manipulated. Like, point them to the voters' booth and not to the court. What did Martin Luther King say? We coming to get our check. Then he gets killed.
So how I kind of see this now.
Go ahead.
From the when you put up on the screen the other day from the how you say it, Kamali, the Kamali show.
Yes, sir.
The Kamali Diva.
Yeah, the Kamala Diva. Shit. Yeah, Devi.
When you put up that show and you were showing the three branches and how they all got the three forms of government.
Yes.
It seemed like that's death square itself in law, because the statutes, the titles, and the codified laws.
It's all in the Roman civil government.
Plan.
The statues are idols.
And I was reading how in statutory law or how the judges operate in the statutory law, they could just keep basically moving the chains.
Yes.
If this was football, every time we get right there. So that's why
every time it's 4th and inches, third and 4th and inches, here they come with them damn chains. we coming out for the, oh, yeah. Hey, listen, y'all fell about this short. Y'all almost did it. Try again next time. Look like we going the other way with the ball, baby. Yeah. Yes. Oh, that was great. I like how you brought that up. Yes, sir. My man said they gonna bring them
It's
chains out every time. That's so funny to me. Oh my goodness. Ah. So following the statutes is idol worship. You do know that.
yes, sir.
Okay. So when they say, Kev, I don't know the Bible, I just know the law. No, you know the Bible. You just know the law. That's what. See, oh yeah, you know the Bible. You
We
just
got
know the law.
we got a detour to the Bible, common law,
Yes.
Aaron's rod,
Yes.
the Magna Carta,
Yes.
and KevRow. And I think it all worked itself out from there.
Yeah, and the 1828 and the yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot the 1828.
Yeah, don't forget
I got
the
to
law of the
sit back
Canaanites,
and
the Black's Law dictionary as well. You need that one, but you're absolutely right. And KevRow,
I keep all my George books with me. I try not to get caught slipping. You be asking some questions. But I got the 1828 right here.
B got used to it. He know I'm gonna ask some questions. No, man, you gotta go back to the understanding of it. Me and B went through these conversations so many times, but he got it. We got it as a unit. You know, you gotta stay as long as we can comprehend, and you got a shoulder you can lean on. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Go ahead.
Give me 1 second, Kev.
Yeah, no. I gotta take me a short break. Gotta eat me some breakfast, and I'm coming right back after this program. About 30 minutes.
I'll be right here.
Yes, sir. You gotta thank Thomas for calling in. I told y'all them Carolina folks, it's something special down here. A lot of people know history, know this. So I'm glad that he brought up the 3 different branches of government. The statues. Press 1, the idols of stone. You see how the allegory and law is together. It's together. You just stuck in the allegory without the law. Finding out how the law and the allegory is conducive to your understanding is the power. Say, wait a minute. I don't know nothing because they taught us all. Well, you know the statutes. That's our idol worship. Those are the laws of the statutes, amended law. So the laws of the republic, these people changed and amended. You don't need to amend a law that sets you free. You don't need to amend the Bill of Rights. You don't need to amend anything. The law is the law. You were brought up in the amending of it. So you don't know that your legislative branch, executive branch, and Judy is all antichrist. It's all against the republic. You don't know that. This is all we know. So it's your fault for staying ignorant, not for being ignorant. If I'm telling you something and you still out there doing these things, that's on you. You truly support this. You understand what I'm saying? And we're gonna be doing these, and I'm gonna try to work out a project with the class too, because you have to stand for something in his life. And you've been standing on this Roman civil government you call the United States, who's operating out of these 3 branches of government. It's all I knew. It's all you knew. But I'm no Roman. I'm no Romanian. Press 1, I'm not none of this stuff. I'm not a Canaanite. I'm not a If I was, I'll repent and follow Christ. There'll be no more voting for me. Why would I vote? Why would I vote? I see you. I know why. You need to keep it going. You need me to be black. And that's racist. You need me to be black in law. And God don't want me to be black in law no more. That's why I'm speaking. Because he don't want me to be blind, deaf, and blind, dumb, deaf, and blind, worshiping statues that goes against the law. Now, I don't see statues like statues and idol worship. I see statues and idol worship. You know, I don't want to do that no more. I want to know as much as I can to not serve in Satan's kingdom. So I can be like, oh, I did everything I can do. And I could have went about it this way. You know, I could have been a product in Satan's world. Nope. I chose to keep fighting back against it. Nope. Fuck what you thought about me. You know, I'm this over here. You know, if I could have believed what people had to say about me in their little brains at any time of my life, I could have said, oh, that's me. That's true. No, that ain't me. You got me confused with something in your brain. You got me confused because I'm this. I'm this. I got all this in my brain. You don't know me. I got all this in my brain. Yeah, I was just playing dumb because that's how our community is. You get points for being civilly dead and dumb. You know, or you get rejected for knowing the law, for speaking up for God. You get murdered for that. Now, I want to go out like speaking up for God. I'm not dying for no block. I'm not dying for no nigga. I'm not about to be compromised for no woman. I'm dying for God. Duh. Lay down my life for something righteous. And that's facts. And that's how I'm able to take this complex situations and deliver them simplistic. Because that's my life. I give up my life in this satanic kingdom to teach the truth about God and what you read and how to see the allegory in the law. So you're not caught in wonderland when it's time to speak for yourself. You feel me? I chose that. Me. So everybody got choices. Niggas choose to gangbang. Niggas choose to set people up. People choose to put bags on people. People choose to be mad every day. I choose this. This is where my sanity comes from. Staying on, what's his name? Poseidon ass. The Roman civil government. Trying to get free from Chronos, from time. Yeah, that's me. Trying to figure it out. Trying to see Leviathan in the flesh. Time to see Chronos. Time to see him in the flesh. Show me you so I can show you me. You know, because I don't see no black man teaching y'all about none of this. None. I don't see no black man. None. Not one. Billions of YouTube pages out here. I don't see none of them taking the 2 or 3 hours of their time. 4 hours and 33 minutes. That's a whole lecture. I done did a whole lecture on the air, live on the air. And got to thank Joe for that $10 ticket. Got to thank Chris for that $5 ticket. Got to thank Lisa. Got to thank Ali Ware. Got to thank Amanda. Got to thank Mrs. White, our new services. Shout out to y'all, William B. Jones at 6:19 this morning, and Cedric Jefferson, and Jason Harrison at Harris at 3:07. Those are my students. Those who make this show pop. This is the most valuable information to black dead people in America. Oh, yeah, and I'm going to make sure you support me for sure because I've wasted I didn't waste. I did 7 years of just basic, just giving it freely. Now that you can understand, you know I'm telling the truth. Get your ass over there to that Cash App. Hit that Cash App. My cash tag is Gills Gang, and I'll see y'all after brunch. And as always, family, I'll holla.